Chapter 12. They said he had broken his neck this time. Miss Rosalie told him that the spells on the castle should have stopped him falling, or at least alerted people when he did fall. But as the spells were worn out there, it had been Throgmorton's howls that had fetched a horrified gardener. Because of this, Throgmorton was respectfully allowed to spend that night on the end of Christopher's bed, until the maids complained of the smell in the morning. Then Miss Rosalie appeared with her gardening gloves and her broom, and chased Throgmorton out. Christopher thought resentfully that there was very little difference between the way the castle people treated Throgmorton and the way they treated him. The bearded Dr. Simonson, when he was not instructing everyone how to put tinctures to fire, turned out to be a medical magician. He came the following morning, and in an off-handed, disapproving way, examined Christopher's neck. "As I thought," he said. "Now the new life has taken over, there is no sign of the break. Better stay in bed today because of the shock. Gabriel is going to want to talk to you about this escapade." Then he went away, and nobody else came near Christopher, apart from maids with trays, except Flavian, who came and stood in the doorway, sniffing cautiously at the strong odour Throgmorton had left in the room. "It's all right," Christopher said. "Miss Rosalie's just chased him out." "Good," said Flavian, and he came over to Christopher's bed, carrying a big armful of books. "Oh, wonderful," Christopher said, eyeing the armful. "Lots of lovely work. I've been lying here itching to get on with some algebra." Flavian looked a little injured. "Well, no," he said. "These are things from the castle library that I thought you might like." And he went away. Christopher looked through the books and found they were all stories from different parts of the world. Some were from different worlds. All of them looked pretty good. Christopher had not realized there was anything worth reading in the castle library before, and as he settled down to read, he decided he would go and have a look for himself tomorrow. But the smell of Throgmorton interrupted him. The combination of the smell and the books kept reminding him of the goddess, and he kept remembering that he still had not paid for 100th part of Throgmorton. It took him quite an effort to forget about Series 10 and concentrate on his book, and as soon as he did, Miss Rosalie came in, flushed and breathless from a long pursuit of Throgmorton, and interrupted him again. "Gabriel wants to see you about that fall," she said. "You're to go to his office at 9 o'clock tomorrow." As she turned to go, she said, "I see you've got some books. Is there anything else I can get you? Games? You've got Snakes and Ladders, haven't you?" "It takes two to play that," Christopher told her pointedly. "Oh dear," Miss Rosalie said. "I'm afraid I don't know much about games." Then she went away again. Christopher laid his book down and stared around his brown, empty room, hating the castle and all the people in it quite passionately. The room now had his school trunk in one corner, which made it seem emptier than ever by reminding him of all the company he was missing at school. There was an ideal corner for getting to the anywheres between the trunk and the bare fireplace. He wished he could run away to somewhere even magic could not find him and never come back. Then he realized that he could get away, after a fashion, by going to an anywhere. He wondered why he had not tried all the time he had been at the castle. He put it down to the castle spells. They muffled your mind so. But now, either the shock of breaking his neck or the new life he could feel sturdily and healthily inside him, or both, had started him thinking again. Perhaps he could go to an anywhere and stay there for good. The trouble was, when he went to the anywheres, he seemed to have to leave a piece of himself behind in bed. But it must be possible to take the whole of yourself. From the things Flavian and Gabriel had said when they talked about the related worlds, Christopher was sure that some people did go to worlds in the other series. He would just have to wait and learn how it was done. Meanwhile, there was nothing to stop him looking around for a suitable anywhere to escape to. Christopher read his books innocently until the maid came and turned out his gaslight for the night. Then he lay staring into the dark, trying to detach the part of himself that could go to the anywheres. For quite a while he could not do it. The castle spell lay heavy on him, squashing all the parts of him into a hole. Then, as he got sleepier, he realized the way, and slipped out sideways from himself and went padding around the corner between the trunk and the fireplace. There, it was like walking into a sheet of thick rubber that bounced him back into the room. The castle spells again. Christopher set his teeth, turned his shoulder into the rubberiness, and pushed. And pushed. And pushed. And walked forward a little with each push, but quietly and gently, not to alert anyone in the castle, until, after about half an hour, he had the spell stretched as thin as it would go. Then he took a pinch of it in each hand and tore it gently apart. It was wonderful to walk out through the split he had made into the valley and find his clothes still lying there, a little damp and too small again, but there. He put them on. Then, instead of going into the place between, he set off the other way, down the valley. It stood to reason that the valley led to one of the other worlds in Series 12. Christopher hoped it would be World B. One of his cunning ideas had been to hide quite near in the non-magical world, where he was sure no one, even Gabriel DeWitt, would think of looking. Probably it was World B, but he only stayed there half a minute. When he got to the end of the valley, it was raining, pouring, souping down steadily sideways. Christopher found himself in a city full of rushing machines, speeding all around him on wheels that hissed on the wet black road. A loud noise made him look around just in time to see a huge red machine charging down on him out of the white curtain of rain. He saw a number on it, and the words, Tufnell Park, and sheets of water flew over him as he got frantically out of its way. Christopher escaped up the valley again, soaking wet. World B was the worst anywhere he had ever been in. But he still had his other cunning idea, and that was to go to Series 11, the world nobody ever went to. He went up the valley and around the jutting rock into the place between. The place was so desolate, so shapeless and so empty, that if he had not just been somewhere even more terrible, he might have turned back. As it was, Christopher felt the same lonely horror he had felt the first time he had gone to the place between from school. But he ignored it, and set off resolutely in the direction of the anywhere that did not want you to get to it. He was sure now that this must be 11. The way was across the mouth of his own valley, down and then up a cliff of sheer, slippery rock. Christopher had to cling with fingers and toes that were already cold and wet from World B. The anywhere above kept pushing him away, and the wind sweeping across reminded him of Mamma's attack in Cambridge. Up, cling, feel for a foothold, then a handhold, cling, up. Halfway up, his foot slipped. A new gust of wind made his cold fingers too weak to hang on, and he fell. He pitched down further than he had climbed up, upside down onto the back of his head. When he got to his knees, things in his neck grated, and his head wobbled about. It felt very queer. Somehow he made it back to the jutting crag, helped by the way the place between always pushed him back where he came from. Somehow he put his pyjamas on again and got through the slit in the castle spells, back into bed. He fell asleep with a strong suspicion that he had broken his neck again. Good, he thought. Now I won't have to go and see Gabriel DeWitt in the morning. But there was nothing at all wrong with him when he woke up. Christopher would have been very puzzled had he not been dreading seeing Gabriel. He crawled along to breakfast and found there was a pretty, scented letter from Mamma on his tray. Christopher picked it up eagerly, hoping it would take his mind off Gabriel. And it did not. Or not straight away. He could tell it had been opened and then stuck down again. He could feel the spell still hanging about it. Hating the people in the castle more than ever, he unfolded the letter. Dear Christopher, the laws are so unjust. Only your papa's signature was required to sell you into slavery with that dreadful old man, and I have still not forgiven your papa. Your uncle sends his sympathies and hopes to hear from you by next Thursday. Be polite to him, dear. Your affectionate Mamma. Christopher was very pleased to think that Gabriel had read himself being called that dreadful old man, and he was impressed at the cunning way Uncle Rafe had sent his message through Mamma. As he ate his breakfast, he rejoiced at the thought of seeing Takroy again next Thursday. What a lucky thing he had made that split in the castle spells. And slavery was the right word for it, he thought, as he got up to go to Gabriel's office. But on the way, he found himself thinking of the goddess again, very guiltily this time. He really would have to take her some more books. Throgmorton was a cat worth paying for. In his twilight room, Gabriel stood up behind his great black desk. That was a bad sign, but Christopher now had so many other things to think of that he was not as scared as he might have been. "Really, Christopher," Gabriel said in his driest voice, "a boy your age should know better than to climb about in a ruined tower. The result is that you have foolishly and carelessly wasted a life, and now have only 6 left. You will need those lives when you are the next Chrestomanci. What have you to say for yourself?" Christopher's anger rose. He felt it being pushed down again by the castle spells, and that made him angrier than ever. "Why don't you make Throgmorton the next Chrestomanci?" he said. "He's got 9 lives too." Gabriel stared at him a second. "This is not a matter for jokes," he said. "Do you not realize the trouble you have caused? Some of my staff will have to go to the towers and to the attics and cellars in case you take it into your head to climb about there too, and it will take them days to make it all safe." At this, Christopher thought ruefully that they would certainly find and mend the split he had made, and he would have to make another. "Please attend," said Gabriel. "I can ill spare any of my staff at this time. You are too young to be aware of this, but I wish to explain that we are all working full stretch just now in an effort to catch a gang of interworld villains." He looked at Christopher fiercely. "You have probably never heard of the Wraith." After 3 boring Sunday lunches, Christopher felt he knew all about the Wraith. It was what everyone talked of all the time. But he sensed that Gabriel was quite likely to get sidetracked from telling him off if he went on explaining about the gang, so he said, "No, I haven't, sir." "The Wraith is a gang of smugglers," Gabriel said. "We know they operate through London, but that is about all we know, for they are slippery as eels. In some way, despite all our traps and watchfulness, they smuggle in illicit magical produce by the hundredweight from all over the related worlds. They have brought in cartloads of dragon's blood, narcotic dew, magic mushrooms, eel livers from Series 2, poison balm from 6, dream juice from 9, and eternal fire from 10. We set a trap in 10, which took out at least one of their operatives, but that did not stop them. The only success we have had is in Series 5, where the Wraith was butchering mermaids and selling the parts in London. There we were helped by the local police and were able to put a stop to it. But..." By this time, Gabriel had his eyes fixed on the sunset light of his ceiling and seemed lost in his worries. "But this year," he said, "we have had reports of the most appalling weapons that the Wraith is bringing in from Series 1, each one capable of destroying the strongest enchanter, and we still cannot lay hands on the gang." Here, to Christopher's dismay, Gabriel turned his eyes down to him. "You see what mischief your careless climbing could do? While we rush around the castle on your account, we could miss our one chance of catching this gang. You should learn to think of others, Christopher." "I do," Christopher said bitterly, "but none of you think of me. When most people die, they don't get told off for it." "Go down to the library," said Gabriel, "and write 100 times, 'I must look before I leap.' And kindly shut the door when you leave." Christopher went to the door and opened it, but he did not shut it. He left it swinging so that Gabriel would hear what he said as he went towards the pink marble staircase. "I must be the only person in the world," he called out, "ever to be punished for breaking my neck." "Wong," agreed Throgmorton, who was waiting for him on the landing. Christopher did not see Throgmorton in time. He tripped over him and went crashing and sliding the whole way down the staircase. As he went, he could hear Throgmorton wailing again. "Oh, no," he thought. When his next life took over, he was lying on his back near the pentacle in the hall, looking up into the glass dome. Almost the first thing he saw was the clock over the library, which said 9:30. It seemed as if every time he lost a life, the new one took over more quickly and easily than the last. The next thing he saw was everyone in the castle standing around him, staring solemnly. "Just like a funeral," he thought. "Did I break my neck again?" he asked. "You did," said Gabriel DeWitt, stepping up to lean over him. "Really, after what I had just said to you, it is too bad. Can you get up?" Christopher turned over and got to his knees. He felt slightly bruised, but otherwise all right. Dr. Simonson strode over and felt his neck. "The fracture has vanished already," he said. Christopher could tell from his manner that he was not going to be allowed to stay in bed this time. "Very well," said Gabriel. "Go to the library now, Christopher, and write the lines I gave you. In addition, write 100 times, 'I have only 5 lives remaining.' That might teach you prudence." Christopher limped to the library and wrote the lines at one of the red leather tables on paper headed "Government Property." As he wrote, his mind was elsewhere, thinking how odd it was that Throgmorton always seemed to be there when he lost a life. And there was that time in Series 10. Just before the hook hit him, a man had mentioned Usheth. Christopher began to be afraid he might be under a curse from Usheth. It made another very good reason for taking the goddess some more books. When the lines were done, Christopher got up and inspected the bookshelves. The library was large and lofty, and seemed to contain thousands of books. But Christopher discovered that there were really 10 times as many as the ones you saw. There was a spell plate at the end of each shelf. When Christopher put his hand on one, the books at the right of the shelf moved up and vanished, and new books appeared on the left. Christopher found the storybook section and stood with his hand on the plate, keeping the line of books slowly moving until he found the kind he wanted. It was a long row of fat books by someone called Angela Brazil. Most of them had "School" in the title. Christopher knew at a glance they were just right for the goddess. He took 3 and spread the others out. Each of them was labelled "Rare Book, imported from World 12B," which made Christopher hope that they might just be valuable enough to pay for Throgmorton at last. He carried the books up to his room in a pile of others he thought he might like to read himself, and it seemed just his luck that he had to meet Flavian in the corridor. "Lessons as usual this afternoon," Flavian said cheerfully. "Dr. Simonson doesn't seem to think they'll harm you." "Slavery as usual," Christopher muttered as he went into his room. But in fact, that afternoon was not so bad. In the middle of practical magic, Flavian said suddenly, "Are you interested in cricket at all?" What a question! Christopher felt his face light up, even while he was answering coolly, "No, I'm only passionate about it. Why?" "Good," said Flavian. "The castle plays the village on Saturday, down on the village green. We thought you might like to work the scoreboard for us." "Only if someone takes me out through the gate," Christopher said acidly. "The spell stops me going through on my own. Otherwise, yes, like a shot." "Oh, Lord, I should have got you a pass," Flavian said. "I didn't realize you liked to go out. I go on long hikes all the time. I'll take you with me next time I go. There are all sorts of outdoor practicals we can do, only I think you'd better master witch sight first." Christopher saw that Flavian was trying to bribe him. They were on enchanter's magic now. Christopher had had no trouble learning how to conjure things from one place to another. It was a little like the levitation he had worked so spectacularly for Dr. Pawson, and not unlike raising a wind, too, and he had learned with only a little more difficulty how to make things invisible. He thought he would not have too much trouble conjuring fire, either, as soon as Flavian allowed him to try. But he could not get the hang of witch sight. It was quite simple, Flavian kept telling him. It was only making yourself see through a magical disguise to what was really there. But when Flavian put an illusion spell on his right hand and held that hand out as a lion's paw was all Christopher could see. Flavian did it over and over again. Christopher yawned and looked vague and kept seeing a lion's paw. The only good thing was that while his mind wandered, he hit on the perfect way to keep those books for the goddess dry in the place between. That night, Christopher went around the corner between his trunk and the fireplace, all prepared to tear a new split in the castle's spells. To his surprise, the split was still there. It looked as though the castle people had no idea he had made it. Very gently, not to disturb it, he tore 2 long strips off it, one wide and one narrow. Then, with a vague, shimmering piece of spell in each hand, he went back to the books and wrapped them in the wide piece. The narrow piece he used like string to tie the parcel up, leaving a loose length to tie to his belt. When he spat on the parcel, the spit rolled off it in little round balls. Good. Then it was like old times, climbing across the rocks the well-known way, in clothes that had got even shorter and tighter since yesterday night. It did not worry Christopher at all that he had fallen last time. He knew this way too well. And again, like old times, the old men were still charming snakes in front of the city walls. They must do it for religion or something, Christopher supposed, because they did not seem to want money for it. Inside the gates, the city was still the same loud, smelly place, full of goats and umbrellas, and the small shrines at the street corners were still surrounded with offerings. The only difference was that it did not seem quite so hot here as last time, though it was still plenty hot enough for someone who had just come from an English summer. Yet, oddly enough, Christopher was not comfortable here. He was not frightened of people throwing spears. It was because, after the hushed dignity and dark clothes at the castle, this city made every nerve he had jangle. He had a headache long before he got to the Temple of Asheth. It made him need to rest a bit among the latest pile of old cabbages in the alley before he could muster the inclination to push his way through the wall and the creepers. The cats were still sunning themselves in the yard. No one was about. The goddess was in a room further along from her usual one. She was on a big white cushion that was probably a bed, with more white cushions to prop her up, and a shawl over her, in spite of the heat. She had grown too, though not as much as Christopher. But he thought she might be ill. She was lying there, staring into nothing, and her face was not as round as he remembered, and a good deal paler. "Oh, thanks," she said, as if she was thinking of something else when Christopher dumped the parcel of books on her shawl. "I've nothing to swap." "I'm still paying for Throgmorton," Christopher said. "Was he that valuable?" the goddess said listlessly. In a slow, lacklustre way, she began stripping the spell off the books. Christopher was interested to see that she had no more trouble tearing it than he had. Being the living Asheth obviously meant you were given strong magic. "These look like good books," the goddess said politely. "I'll read them when I can concentrate." "You're ill, aren't you?" said Christopher. "What have you got?" "Not germs," the goddess said weakly. "It's the festival. It was 3 days ago. You know it's the one day in the year when I go out, don't you? After months and months, all quiet and dark here in the temple, there I am, suddenly out in the sun, riding in a cart, dressed in huge, heavy clothes and hung with jewels, with my face covered with paint. Everyone shouts, and they all jump up on the cart to try to touch me, for luck, you know, and not as if I was a person." Tears began slowly rolling down her face. "I don't think they notice I'm alive. And it goes on all day. The shouting and the sun and hands banging at me until I'm bruised all over." The tears rolled faster. "It used to be exciting when I was small," she said, "but now it's too much." The goddess's white cat came galloping into the room and jumped possessively onto her lap. The goddess stroked it weakly. "Like Throgmorton sitting on my bed," Christopher thought. Temple cats know when their people are upset. He thought he could understand a little, after his own feelings in the city just now, the way the festival had felt to the goddess. "I think it's being inside all year and then suddenly going out," the goddess explained as she stroked Bethy. Christopher had meant to ask if it was the curse of Asheth that kept killing him all the time, but he could see this was not the moment. The goddess needed her mind taken off Asheth. He sat down on the tiles beside her cushions. "It was clever of you to see that Silver stopped me doing magic," he said. "I didn't know myself, not until Papa took me to Dr. Pawson." Then he told her about the levitation spell. The goddess smiled. When he told her about old Mrs. Pawson and the chamber pot, she turned her face to him and almost laughed. It was obviously doing her so much good that he went on and told her about the castle and Gabriel DeWitt, and even managed to make that funny too. When he told her about the way he kept seeing a lion's paw, he had her in fits of laughter. "But that's stupid of you," she chuckled. "When there are things I can't do for Mother Proudfoot, I just pretend I can. Just say you can see his hand. He'll believe you." "I never thought of that," Christopher confessed. "No, you're too honest," she said, and looked at him closely. "Silver forces you to tell the truth," she said. "The gift of Asheth tells me. So you got into the habit of never lying." Mentioning Asheth sobered her up. "Thank you for telling me about yourself," she said seriously. "I think you've had a rotten life, even worse than mine." Quite suddenly she was crying again. "People only want either of us for what use we are to them," she sobbed. "You for your 9 lives and me for my goddess attributes. And both of us are caught and stuck and trapped in a life with a future all planned out by someone else, like a long, long tunnel with no way out." Christopher was a little astonished at this way of putting things, even though his anger at being forced to be the next Chrestomanci certainly made him feel trapped most of the time. But he saw the goddess was mostly talking about herself. "You stop being the living ashes when you grow up," he pointed out. "Oh, I do so want to stop," the goddess wept. "I want to stop being her now. I want to go to school like Millie in the Millie books. I want to do prep and eat stodge and learn French and play hockey and write lines." "You wouldn't want to write lines," Christopher said, quite anxious at how emotional she was getting. "Honestly, you wouldn't." "Yes, I do!" screamed the goddess. "I want to cheat the prefects and cheat in geography tests and sneak on my friends. I want to be bad as well as good. I want to go to school and be bad, do you hear?" By this time she was kneeling up on her cushion, with tears pouring off her face into the white cat's fur, making more noise than Throgmorton had when Christopher ran through the temple with him in the basket. It was not surprising that somebody in sandals came hurrying and stumbling through the rooms beyond, calling breathlessly, "Goddess, dear goddess, what's wrong, love?" Christopher spun himself around and dived through the nearest wall without bothering to get up first. He came out face down in the hot yard full of cats. There he picked himself up and sprinted for the outside wall. After that he did not stop running until he reached the city gate. Girls, he thought. They really were a complete mystery. Fancy wanting to write lines. Nevertheless, as he went up the valley and climbed through the place between, Christopher found himself thinking seriously about some of the things the goddess had said. His life did indeed seem to be a long tunnel planned out by somebody else. And the reason he hated everyone so at the castle was that he was just a thing to them, a useful thing with 9 lives that was going to be moulded into the next Chrestomanci someday. He thought he would tell Takroy that. Takroy would understand. Tomorrow was Thursday, and he could see Takroy. He thought he had never looked forward to a Thursday more. And he knew how to pretend he had witch sight now. The next afternoon, when Flavian held out a lion's paw to him, Christopher said, "It's your hand. I can see it now." Flavian was delighted. "Then we'll go on a nice long hike tomorrow," he said. Christopher was not altogether sure he was looking forward to that, but he could hardly wait to see Takroy again. Takroy was the only person he knew who did not treat him as a useful thing. He scrambled out of bed almost as soon as he was in it and shot through the slit in the spells, hoping Takroy would realize and be early. Takroy was there, leaning against the crag at the end of the valley with his arms folded, looking as if he was resigned to a long wait. "Hello," he said, and sounded quite surprised to see Christopher at all. Christopher realized that it was not going to be as easy as he had thought to pour out his troubles to Takroy, but he beamed at Takroy as he started scrambling into his clothes. "It's good to see you again," he said. "There's no end of things to tell you. Where are we going tonight?" Takroy said in a careful sort of way, "The horseless carriage is waiting in 8. Are you sure you want to go?" "Of course," Christopher said, doing up his belt. "You can tell me your news just as well here," Takroy said. This was off-putting. Christopher looked up and saw that Takroy was unusually serious. His eyes were crinkled up unsmilingly. This made it too awkward to start telling Takroy anything. "What's the matter?" he asked. Takroy shrugged. "Well," he said, "for a start, the last time I saw you, your head was bashed in." Christopher had forgotten that. "Oh, I never thanked you for getting me back here," he said. "Think nothing of it," said Takroy, "though I must say it was the hardest thing I've ever done in any line of work, keeping myself firm enough to bring the carriage through the interworld and heave you off here. I kept wondering why I was doing it, too. You look pretty thoroughly dead to me." "I've got 9 lives," Christopher explained. "You've obviously got more than one," Takroy agreed. grinning as if he did not really believe it. "Look, didn't that accident make you think? Your uncle's done hundreds of these experiments by now. We've fetched him a mass of results. It's all right for me. I get paid. But there's nothing in it for you that I can see, except the danger of getting hurt again." Takroy truly meant this, Christopher could see. "I don't mind," he protested. "Honestly. And Uncle Rafe did give me 2 sovereigns. At this, Takroy threw back his curly head and laughed. 2 sovereigns! Some of the things we got him were worth hundreds of pounds, like that Ashurth Temple cat, for instance." "I know," Christopher said, "but I want to keep on with the experiments. The way things are now, it's the only pleasure I have in life." There, he thought. Now Takroy will have to ask about my troubles. But Takroy only sighed. "Let's get going, then." It was not possible to talk to Takroy in the place between. While Christopher climbed and slithered and panted, Takroy was a floating nebulous ghost nearby, drifting in the wind, with rain beating through him. He did not firm up until the opening of the valley where Christopher had long ago written a large 8 in the mud of the path. The 8 was still there, as if it had been written yesterday. Beyond it, the carriage floated. It had been improved again, and was now painted a smart duck-egg blue. "All set, I see," Takroy said. They climbed down and picked up the guide ropes of the carriage. It immediately started to follow them smoothly down the valley. "How's the cricket?" Takroy asked, in a social sort of way. Now was Christopher's chance to tell him things. "I haven't played," he said gloomily, "since Papa took me away from school. Up till yesterday I didn't think they'd even heard of cricket at the castle. You know I'm living at the castle now." "No," said Takroy. "Your uncle has never told me much about you. Which castle is this?" "Chrestomanci Castle," said Christopher. "But yesterday my tutor said there was a match against the village this Saturday. Nobody dreams of asking me to play, of course, but I get to work the scoreboard for it." "Do you, indeed?" said Takroy. His eyes screwed into wrinkles. "They don't know I'm here, of course," Christopher said. "I should just think they don't," Takroy said, and the way he said it seemed to stop the conversation dead. They walked on in front of the carriage without speaking until they came to the long hillside with the farmhouse squatting in a dip halfway up it. The place looked bleaker and more lonely than ever, under a heavy grey sky that made the rolls of moor and hill seem yellowish. Before they reached the farm, Takroy stopped and kicked the carriage out of the way when it nudged the back of his legs, trying to go on. His face was as bleak and yellowish and wrinkled as the moors. "Listen, Christopher," he said. "Those folk at Chrestomanci Castle are not going to be pleased to find you've been here doing this." Christopher laughed. "They aren't, but they're not going to find out." "Don't be too sure about that," Takroy said. "They're experts in every kind of magic there." "That's what makes it such a good revenge on them," Christopher explained. "Here I am, slipping out from under their stupid, stuffy, boring noses when they think they've got me. I'm just a thing to them. They're using me." The people at the farmhouse had seen them coming. A little group of women ran out into the yard and stood beside a heap of bundles. One waved. Christopher waved back, and, since Takroy did not seem to be as interested in his feelings as he had hoped, he set off up the hill. That started the carriage moving again. Takroy hurried to catch up. "Doesn't it occur to you," he said, "that your uncle may be using you too?" "Not like the castle people are," said Christopher. "I do these experiments of my own free will." At this, Takroy looked up at the low, cloudy sky. "Don't say I didn't try," he said to it. The women breathed garlic over Christopher when they greeted him in the farmyard, just as they always did. As usual, that smell mixed with the smell from the bundles as he loaded them. The bundles always had this smell innate, a sharp, heady, coppery smell. Now, after the practical lessons he had had from Flavian, Christopher paused and sniffed it. He knew what the smell was. Dragon's blood. It surprised him, because this was the most dangerous and powerful ingredient of magic. He put the next bundle on the carriage much more carefully, and as he gingerly picked up the next one, knowing some of the things it could do, he looked across at Takroy to see if Takroy knew what the bundles were. But Takroy was leaning against the wall of the yard, staring sadly up the hill. Takroy said he never had much sense of smell when he was out of his body anyway. As Christopher looked, Takroy's eyes went wide, and he jumped away from the wall. "I say!" he said. One of the women yelled and pointed away up the hill. Christopher turned to see what was the matter, and stared, and went on staring in amazement, standing where he was with the bundle in his hands. A very large creature was on its way down towards the farm. It was a kind of purplish black. The moment Christopher first saw it, it was folding its great leathery wings and putting its clawed feet down to land, gliding down the hill so fast that he did not see at once how very large it was. While he was still thinking it was a house-sized animal halfway up the hill, it had landed just behind the farm, and he realized he could still see most of it towering up above the farmhouse. "It's a dragon!" Takroy shrieked. "Christopher, get down! Look away!" Around Christopher, the women were running for the barns. One came running back, carrying a big, heavy gun in both arms, which she tried frantically to wrestle up onto a tripod. She got it up, and it fell down. While she picked the gun up again, the dragon put its gigantic, jagged black head down on the farm roof between the chimneys, crushing it in quite casually, and gazed at the farmyard with huge, shining green eyes. "It's huge," Christopher said. He had never seen anything like it. "Down!" Takroy screamed at him. The dragon's eyes met Christopher's, almost soulfully. Among the ruins and rafters of the farm roof, it opened its huge mouth. It was rather as if a door had opened into the heart of a sun. A white-orange prominence spouted from the sun, one strong, accurate shaft of it, straight at Christopher. Woof! He was in a furnace. He heard his skin fry. During an instant of utter agony, he had time to think, "Oh, bother, another 100 lines." Takroy's panting was the first thing Christopher heard, some time after that. He found Takroy struggling to heave him off the charred bed of the horseless carriage onto the path. The carriage and Takroy were wobbling about just beside Christopher's pyjamas. "It's all right," Christopher said, sitting up wincingly. His skin smarted all over. His clothes seemed to have been burned off him. The parts of him he could see were a raw pink and smirched with charcoal from the half-burned carriage. "Thanks," he gasped, because he could see that Takroy had rescued him again. "You're welcome," Takroy panted. He was fading to a grey shadow of himself. But he put forth a great effort. His eyes closed, and his mouth spread into a grin with it, all transparent, with the grass of the valley shining through his face. Then, for a second, he became clear and solid. He bent over Christopher. "This is it," he said. "You're not going on these jaunts ever again. You drop it, see? You stop. You come out here again and I won't be here." By this time he was fading to grey, and then to milkiness beyond the grey. "I'll square your uncle," his voice whispered. Christopher had to guess that the last word was uncle. Takroy had faded out by then. Christopher flopped off the carriage, and that disappeared too, leaving nothing but the empty, peaceful valley and a strong scent of burning. "But I don't want to drop it," Christopher said. His voice sounded so dry and cracked that he could hardly hear it above the brawling of the stream in the valley. A couple of tears made smarting tracks down his face while he collected his pyjamas and crawled back through the split in the spells. Again, there was nothing wrong with Christopher when he woke up. He listened to Flavian that morning with a polite, vague look on his face, while he marvelled about that dragon. His marvelling kept being interrupted by gusts of misery. He would never see Takroy again, and he had to work quite hard to keep thinking of the dragon instead. It was awesome. It was almost worth losing a life to have seen a sight like that. He wondered how long it would be before someone in the castle noticed he had lost another life, and a small, anxious part of him kept saying, "But have I lost it yet?" "I've ordered us a packed lunch," Flavian said cheerfully, "and the housekeeper's dug out an oilskin that should fit you. We'll be off on our hike just as soon as you finish that French." It was raining quite heavily. Christopher took his time over the French, hoping that Flavian would decide that it was too wet for walking. But when Christopher could not think of any further ways to spin out the history of the pen of his aunt, Flavian said, "A little soaking never did anyone any harm," and they set out into a strong drizzle a little after midday. Flavian was very cheerful. Tramping in the wet with thick socks and a knapsack was obviously his idea of heaven. Christopher licked up the water that kept running off his nose from his hair and thought that at least he was out of the castle. But if he had to be out in wind and wet, he would have preferred to be in the place between. That brought him back to Takroy, and he had to struggle with gusts of misery again. He tried to think of the dragon, but it was too wet. While they tramped across several miles of heath, all Christopher could think of was how much he was going to miss Takroy, and how the soaking gorse bushes looked just as desolate as he felt. He hoped they would stop for lunch soon, so that he could think about something else. They came to the edge of the heath. Flavian pointed in a breezy open-air way to a hill that was grey with distance. "That's where we'll stop for lunch, in those woods on that hill there." "It's miles away," Christopher said, appalled. "Only about 5 miles. We'll just drop down into the valley between and then climb up again," Flavian said, striding cheerfully down the hill. Long before they reached that hill, Christopher had stopped thinking of Takroy and could only think how cold and wet and tired and hungry he was. It seemed to him to be nearer tea-time than lunchtime when he finally struggled after Flavian into a clearing in that far-distant wood. "Now," said Flavian, tossing off the knapsack and rubbing his hands together, "we'll have some really practical magic. You're going to collect sticks and make a good pile of them. Then you can try your hand at conjuring fire. When you've got a good fire going, we can fry sausages on sticks and have lunch." Christopher looked up at the boughs overhead, hung with huge transparent blobs of rain. He looked around at the soaking grass. He looked at Flavian to see if he was really meaning to be fiendish. No. Flavian just thought this way was fun. "The sticks will be wet," Christopher said. "The whole wood's dripping." "Makes it more of a challenge," Flavian said. Christopher saw there was no point in telling Flavian he was weak with hunger. He grimly collected sticks. He piled them in a soggy heap, which collapsed, so he built the heap again, and then knelt, with cold rain soaking into his knees and trickling under his collar, to conjure fire. Ridiculous! He conjured a thin yellow spire of smoke. It lasted about a second. The sticks were not even warm from it. "Plenty of will, as you raise your hands," Flavian said. "I know," Christopher said, and willed savagely. "Fire! Fire! Fire!" The pile of sticks went up with a roar in a sheet of flame 10 feet high. Christopher once more heard his skin fry, and his wet oilskin crackled and burst into flame too. He was part of a bonfire almost instantly. "This is the life the dragon burned," he thought amid the agony. When his fifth life took over, which seemed to be about 10 minutes later, he heard Flavian saying hysterically, "Yes, I know, but it ought to have been perfectly safe. The wood is sopping wet. That's why I told him to try." "Dr. Pawson rather suggested that very little is safe once Christopher gets going," a dry voice observed from further away. Christopher rolled over. He was covered with Flavian's oilskin, and under it his skin felt very new and soft. The ground in front of him was burned black, wet and smelly with rain. Overhead, the wet leaves on the trees were brown and curled. Gabriel DeWitt was sitting on a folding stool some yards away, under a large black umbrella, looking annoyed and very much out of place. As Christopher saw him, the smoking grass beside the stool burst into little orange flames. Gabriel frowned at the flames. They shrank down into smoke again. "Ah, you appear to have taken up the threads of life again," he said. "Kindly douse this forest fire of yours. It is uncommonly persistent, and I do not wish to leave the countryside burning." "Can I have something to eat first?" said Christopher. "I'm starving." "Give him a sandwich," Gabriel said to Flavian. "I recall that when I lost my life, the new life required a great deal of energy as it took over." He waited until Flavian had passed Christopher a packet of egg sandwiches. While Christopher was wolfing them down, he said, "Flavian says he takes full responsibility for this latest stupidity. You may thank him that I am lenient with you. I will simply point out that you have caused me to be called away at the moment when we were about to lay hands on a member of the Wraith gang I told you of. If he slips through our fingers, it will be your fault, Christopher. Now please get up and extinguish the fire." Christopher stood up in some relief. He had been afraid that Gabriel was going to forbid him to work the scoreboard for the cricket match tomorrow. "Dousing a fire is like conjuring in reverse," Flavian told him. So Christopher did that. It was easy, except that his relief about the cricket caused little spurts of flame to keep breaking out all around the clearing. When even the smoke was gone, Gabriel said, "Now I warn you, Christopher, if you have one more accident, fatal or not, I shall take very severe steps indeed." Having said this, Gabriel stood up and folded his stool with a snap. With the stool tucked under his arm, he reached into the umbrella and started to take it down. As the umbrella folded, Christopher found himself with Flavian beside him, in the middle of the pentacle in the castle hall. Miss Rosalie was standing on the stairs. "He got away, Gabriel," she said, "but at least we know how they're doing it now." Gabriel turned and looked at Christopher witheringly. "Take him to his room, Flavian," he said, "and then come back for a conference." He called out to Miss Rosalie, "Tell Frederick to prepare for a trance at once. I want the World Edge patrolled constantly from now on." Christopher pattered off beside Flavian, shivering under the oilskin. Even his shoes had been burnt. "You were a crisp," Flavian told him. "I was terrified." Christopher believed him. That dragon had crisped him thoroughly. He was absolutely sure now that if he lost a life in an anywhere, it somehow did not count, and he had to lose that life properly in his own world, in a way that was as like the death in the anywhere as possible. Moral, he thought, be careful in the anywheres in future. And while he was putting on more clothes, he skipped about with relief that Gabriel had not forbidden him to go to the cricket match. But he was afraid the rain would stop the game anyway. It was still pouring. The rain stopped in the night, though the weather was still grey and chilly. Christopher went down to the village green with the castle team, which was a motley mixture of castle sorcerers, a footman, a gardener, a stable lad, Dr. Simonson, Flavian, a young wizard who had come down from Oxford specially, and, to Christopher's great surprise, Miss Rosalie. Miss Rosalie looked pink and almost fetching in a white dress and white mittens. She tripped along in little white shoes, loudly bewailing the fact that the trap to catch the Wraith had gone wrong. "I told Gabriel all along that we'd have to patrol the world edge," she said. "By the time they get the stuff to London, there are too many places for them to hide." Gabriel himself met them on the village green, carrying his folding stool in one hand and a telegram in the other. He was dressed for the occasion in a striped blazer that looked about 100 years old, and a wide Panama hat. "Bad news," he said. "Mordecai Roberts has dislocated his shoulder and is not coming." "Oh, no!" everyone exclaimed in the greatest dismay. "And how typical," Miss Rosalie added. She pounced around on Christopher. "Can you bat, dear? Enough to come in at the end, if necessary?" Christopher tried to keep a cool look on his face, but it was impossible. "I should hope so," he said. The afternoon was pure bliss. One of the stable lads lent Christopher some rather large whites, which a sorcerer obligingly conjured down from the castle for him, and he was sent to field on the boundary. The village batted first, and they made rather a lot of runs, because the missing Mordecai Roberts had been the castle's best bowler. Christopher got very cold in the chilly wind, but like a dream come true, he took a catch out there to dismiss the blacksmith. All the rest of the castle people, standing around the green in warm clothes, clapped furiously. When the castle began their innings, Christopher sat with the rest of the team, waiting his turn, or rather hoping that he would get a turn, and was fascinated to discover that Miss Rosalie was a fine and dashing batswoman. She hit balls all around the field in the way Christopher had always wanted to do. Unfortunately, the blacksmith turned out to be a demonically cunning spin bowler. He had all the tricks that Takroy had so often described to Christopher. He got Dr. Simonson out for 1 run, and the Oxford wizard out for 2. After that, the castle team collapsed around Miss Rosalie. But Miss Rosalie kept at it, with her hair coming down on one shoulder and her face glowing with effort. She did so well that when Flavian went out to bat at number 10, the castle only needed 2 runs to win. Christopher buckled on his borrowed pads, fairly sure he would never get a chance to bat. "You never know," said the castle bootboy, who was working the scoreboard instead of Christopher. "Look at him. He's hopeless." Flavian was hopeless. Christopher had never seen anyone so bad. His bat either groped about like a blind man's stick or made wild swings in the wrong place. It was obvious he was going to be out any second. Christopher picked up his borrowed bat hopefully. And Miss Rosalie was out instead. The blacksmith clean bowled her. The village people packed around the green roared, knowing they had won. Amid the roars, Christopher stood up. "Good luck," said all the castle people around him. The bootboy was the only one who said it as if he thought Christopher had a chance. Christopher waded out to the middle of the green. The borrowed pads were 2 sizes too large, to the sound of shouts and catcalls. "Do your best, dear," Miss Rosalie said, rather hopelessly, as she passed him coming in. Christopher waded on, surprised to find that he was not in the least nervous. As he took his guard, the village team licked its lips. They crowded in close around Christopher, crouching expectantly. Wherever he looked, there were large, horny hands spread out and brown faces wearing jeering grins. "Oh, I say," Flavian said at the other end, "he's only a boy." "We know," said the village captain, grinning even wider. The blacksmith, equally contemptuous, bowled Christopher a slow, loopy ball. While Christopher was watching it arc up, he had time to remember every word of Takroy's coaching. And since the entire village team was crowded around him in a ring, he knew he only had to get the ball past that ring to score runs. He watched the ball all the way onto the bat with perfect self-possession. It turned a little, but not much. He cracked it firmly away into the covers. "Two!" he called crisply to Flavian. Flavian gave him a startled look and ran. Christopher ran, with the borrowed pads going flurp, flurp, flurp at every stride. The village team turned and chased the ball frantically, but Flavian and Christopher had plenty of time to make 2 runs. They had time to have run 3, even with the borrowed pads. The castle had won. Christopher went warm with pride and joy. The castle watchers cheered. Gabriel congratulated him. The bootboy shook his hand. Miss Rosalie, with her hair still trailing, banged him on the back. Everyone crowded around Christopher, saying that they did not need Mordecai Roberts after all. And the sun came out behind the church tower for the first time that day. For that short time, Christopher felt that living in the castle was not so bad after all. But by Sunday lunchtime, it was back to the usual ways. The talk at lunch was all about anxious schemes to catch the Wraith gang, except that Mr. Wilkinson, the elderly sorcerer who looked after the castle library, kept saying, "Those 3 rare books are still missing. I cannot imagine who would wish to make away with 3 girls' books from World B, but I cannot detect them anywhere in the castle." Since they were girls' books, Mr. Wilkinson obviously did not suspect Christopher. In fact, neither he nor anyone else remembered Christopher was there unless they wanted him to pass the salt. On Monday, Christopher said acidly to Flavian, "Doesn't it occur to anyone that I could help catch the Wraith?" This was the nearest he had ever come to mentioning the anywheres to Flavian. Sunday had driven him to it. "For heaven's sake! People who can cut up mermaids would soon make short work of you," Flavian said. Christopher sighed. "Mermaids don't come to life again. I do," he pointed out. "The whole Wraith thing makes me sick," Flavian said, and changed the subject. Christopher felt more than ever that he was in a tunnel with no way out. He was worse off than the goddess, too, because she could stop being the living Asheth when she grew up, while he had to go on and turn into something like Gabriel DeWitt. His feelings were not improved when later that week he had a letter from Papa. This one had been opened and sealed up also, but unlike the letter from Mamma, it had the most interesting stamps. Papa was in Japan. "My son, my spells assure me that a time of utmost danger is coming for you. I implore you to be careful, and not to endanger your future. Your loving Papa." From the date on the letter, it had been written a month ago. "Bother my future," Christopher said. "His spells probably mean the lives I've just lost." And the worst of it, he thought, going back to his misery, was that he could not look forward to seeing Takroy any more. All the same, that Thursday night, Christopher went out through the split in the spell, hoping Takroy would be there. But the valley was empty. He stood there a moment, feeling blank. Then he went back into his room, put on his clothes, and set off through the place between to visit the goddess again. She was the only other person he knew who did not try to make use of him. The goddess was in her bedroom place, sitting cross-legged on the white cushions with her chin on her fists, evidently brooding. Though she did not look ill any more, there was a new feeling about her, like thunder in the air, which Christopher rather wondered about as he came in. The goddess's jewellery went tunk as she looked up and saw him. "Oh, good," she said. "I've been hoping you'd come back soon. I've got to talk to you. You're the only person I know who'll understand." "The same goes for me," Christopher said, and he sat down on the tiles with his back against the wall. "There's you shut up here with your priestesses, and me shut up in the castle with Gabriel's people. Both of us are in this tunnel." "But that's just my trouble," the goddess interrupted. "I'm not sure there is a tunnel for me. Tunnels have ends, after all." Her voice filled with the new, thunderous feeling as she said this. The white cat knew at once. It got up from among the cushions and climbed heavily into her lap. "What do you mean?" Christopher asked, thinking once more that girls really were a complete mystery. "Poor Bethy," the goddess said, stroking the white cat with a rhythmic tink-tink of bracelets. "She's going to have kittens again. I wish she wouldn't keep on having them. It wears her out. What I meant is that I've been thinking of all sorts of things since I was ill. I've been thinking of you, and wondering how you managed to keep coming here from another world. Isn't it difficult?" "No, it's easy," said Christopher. "Or it is for me. I think it's because I've got several lives. What I think I do is leave one of them behind in bed and set the other ones loose to wander." "The luck of it," the goddess said. "But I mean, what do you do to get to this world?" Christopher told her about the valley and the place between, and how he always had to find a corner in the bedroom to go around. The goddess's eyes travelled reflectively around the dim archways of her room. "I wish I had more than one life," she said. "But with me... You remember how you said when you were here last that I'd stop being the living Asheth when I grew up?" "You told me that when I first came here," Christopher reminded her. "You said, 'The living Asheth is always a little girl.' Don't you remember?" "Yes, but nobody said it the way around that you did," the goddess said. "It made me think. What happens to the living Asheth when she isn't a little girl any longer? I'm not little now. I'm nearly the age when other people are officially women." That must happen remarkably early in Series 10, Christopher thought. He wished he was anything like officially a man. "Don't you get made into a priestess?" "No," said the goddess. "I've listened, and I've asked and read all their records, and none of the priestesses were ever the goddess." She began sticking the white cat's fur up in ridges between fingers that trembled slightly. "When I asked," she said, "Mother Proudfoot said I wasn't to bother my head because Asheth takes care of all that. What do you think that means?" She seemed to Christopher to be getting all emotional again. "I think you just get shoved out of the temple and go home," he said soothingly. The idea made him feel envious. "But you've got all your Asheth gifts. You must be able to use those to find out for certain." "What do you think I've been trying to do?" the goddess all but screamed. Her bracelets chanked as she tossed the unfortunate Bethy aside and bounded to her feet, glaring at Christopher. "You stupid boy! I've thought and thought all this week until my head buzzes." Christopher hurriedly got to his feet and pressed his back to the wall, ready to go through it at once if the goddess went for him. But all she did was to jump up and down in front of him, screaming, "Think of a way I can find out if you're so clever! Think of a way!" As always, when the goddess screamed, feet flapped in the rooms beyond, and a breathless voice called, "I'm coming, goddess! What is it?" Christopher backed away into the wall, swiftly and gently. The goddess flung him a brief look that seemed to be of triumph, and went rushing into the arms of the skinny old woman who appeared in the archway. "Oh, Mother Proudfoot, I had such an awful dream again." Christopher, to his horror, found that he was stuck in the wall. He could not come out forward, and he could not push through backwards. The only thing he could seem to do was use what Flavian had taught him to make himself invisible. He did that at once. He had been moving with his face forward and his rear out, so that most of his head was outside the wall. Invisible or not, he felt like one of the stuffed animal heads on the walls of the castle dining room. At least he could see and hear and breathe, he thought in a stunned way. He was confounded at the treachery of the goddess. She was led away into the further rooms with soothing murmurs. After about 10 minutes, by which time Christopher had a cricked neck and cramp in one leg, she came back again, looking perfectly calm. "There's no point in looking invisible," she said. "Everyone here has witch sight, even if you don't. Look, I'm sorry about this, but I do terribly need help, and I promise I'll let you go when you've helped me." Christopher did not make himself visible again. He felt safer like that. "You don't need help. You need hitting over the head," he said angrily. "How can I help anyone like this? I'm dying of discomfort." "Then get comfortable, and then help me," the goddess said. Christopher found he could move a little. The wall around him seemed to turn jelly-like, so that he could straighten up and move his arms a little and get his legs into a proper standing position. He tried doing some rapid squirming, in hopes that the jelly would give enough to let him out, but it would not. He could tell that what was holding him there was the same thing that the goddess had used to fasten his feet to the floor when he first met her, and that was still just as mysterious to him as it had been then. "How do you want me to help?" he asked resignedly. "By taking me with you to your world," the goddess said eagerly, "so that I can go to a school like the one in the Millie books. I thought you could hide me somewhere in your castle while I looked around for a school." Christopher thought of Gabriel DeWitt discovering the goddess hiding in an attic. "No," he said, "I can't. I absolutely can't. And what's more, I won't. Now let me out of here." "You took Throgmorton," said the goddess. "You can take me." "Throgmorton's a cat," said Christopher. "He has 9 lives like me. I told you I could only get here by leaving one of my lives behind. You've only got 1 life, so it stands to reason that I can't get you into my world, because you'd be dead if I did." "That's just the point," the goddess whispered at him ferociously. He could tell she was trying very hard not to scream again. Tears rolled down her face. "I know I've only got 1 life, and I don't want to lose it. Take me with you." "Just so that you can go to a school out of a book," Christopher snarled back, feeling more than ever like an animal head on a wall. "Stop being so stupid." "Then you can just stay in that wall until you change your mind," the goddess said, and flounced away with a chank and a jingle. Christopher stood, sagging into the jelly of the wall, and cursed the day he had brought the goddess those Millie books. Then he cursed himself for thinking the goddess was sympathetic. She was just as selfish and ruthless as everyone else he knew. He squirmed and struggled and heaved to get out of the wall, but since he had not the first idea what had gone into the spell, it held him as fast as ever. The worst of it was that now the temple had woken up from its midday sleep, It was a decidedly busy place. Behind him, through the wall, Christopher could hear a crowd of people in the hot yard counting the cats and feeding them. Mixed with those sounds was a female voice barking orders, and the sound of armour clashing and spear butts thumping on the ground. Christopher began to be terribly afraid that his invisible backside was sticking out of the wall into that yard. He kept imagining a spear plunging into him there, and he squirmed and squidged and pulled himself in to make sure that it was not. He was not sure which he dreaded most, the feeling of a spear driving into him, or what Gabriel would do if he lost another life. From in front of him, beyond the archway, he could hear the goddess talking with at least 3 priestesses, and then all their voices muttering prayers. Why hadn't Flavian taught him any useful magic? There were probably 600 quiet ways of breaking this spell and sliding invisibly out of the wall, and Christopher did not know one. He wondered if he could do it by blasting loose in a combined levitation, whirlwind and fire conjuring. Maybe, although it would be terribly hard without his hands free, and people would still come running after him with spears. He decided he would try argument and cunning first. Before long, the goddess came in to see if he had changed his mind. "I'll fetch it, dear," said one of the priestesses beyond the archway. "No, I want to have another look at Bethy, too," the goddess said over her shoulder. For honesty's sake, she went over to look at the white cat, which was lying on her bed cushions, panting and looking sorry for itself. The goddess stroked it before she came over and put her face close to Christopher's. "Well, are you going to help me?" "What happens," asked Christopher, "if one of them comes in and notices my face sticking out of the wall?" "You'd better agree to help before they do. They'd kill you," the goddess whispered back. "But I wouldn't be any use to you dead," Christopher pointed out. "Let me go or I'll start yelling." "You dare," said the goddess, and flounced out. The trouble was, Christopher did not dare. That line of argument only seemed to end in deadlock. The next time she came in, he tried a different line. "Look," he said, "I really am being awfully considerate. I could easily blast a huge hole in the temple and get away this minute, but I'm not doing it because I don't want to give you away. Asheth and your priestesses are not going to be pleased if they find out you're trying to go to another world, are they?" Tears flooded the goddess's eyes. "I'm not asking very much," she said, twisting a bangle miserably. "I thought you were kind." This argument seemed to be making an impression. "I'm going to have to blow the temple up before long if you don't let me go," Christopher said. "If I'm not back before morning, someone in the castle is going to come in and find only one life of me lying in bed. Then they'll tell Gabriel DeWitt and we'll both be in trouble. I told you he knows how to get to other worlds. If he comes here, you won't like it." "You're selfish," the goddess said. "You aren't sympathetic at all. You're just scared." At this, Christopher lost his temper. "Let me go," he said, "or I'll blow the whole place sky high." The goddess simply ran from the room, mopping at her face with a piece of her robe. "Is something wrong, dear?" asked a priestess outside. "No, no," Christopher heard the goddess say. "Bethy isn't very well, that's all." She was gone for quite a long time after that. Probably she had to distract the priestesses from coming and looking at the white cat. But soon after that, smells of spicy food began to fill the air. Christopher grew seriously alarmed. Time was getting on, and it really would be morning at the castle soon. Then he would be in real trouble. More time passed. He could hear people in the yard behind counting the cats and feeding them again. "Bethy's missing," someone said. "She's with the living one still," someone else answered. "Her kittens are due soon." Still more time passed. By the time the goddess reappeared, Desperation had forced Christopher's mind into quite a new tack. He saw that he would have to give her some kind of help, even if it was not what she wanted, or he would never get away before morning. The goddess, in her ruthless way, was obviously meaning to be kind-hearted. When she came in this time, she was carrying a spicy pancake thing wrapped around hot meat and vegetables. She tore bits off it and popped them into Christopher's mouth. There was some searing kind of pepper in it. His eyes watered. "Listen," he choked. "What's really the matter with you? What made you suddenly decide to make me help you?" "I told you," the goddess said impatiently. "It was what you said when I was ill, that I wasn't going to be the living Asheth when I grow up. After that, I couldn't think of anything else but what was going to happen to me then." "So you want to know for certain?" Christopher said. "More than anything else in this world," the goddess said. "Then will you let me go if I help you find out what's really going to happen to you?" Christopher bargained. "I can't take you to my world. You know I can't. But I can help you this way." The goddess stood twisting the last piece of pancake about in her fingers. "Yes," she said. "All right. But I can't see how you can find out any better than I can." "I can," said Christopher. "What you have to do is go and stand in front of that golden statue of Asheth you showed me, and ask it what's going to happen to you when you stop being the living Asheth. If it doesn't say anything, you'll know nothing much is going to happen, and you'll be able to leave this temple and go to school." This struck him as pretty cunning, since there was no way that he could see that a golden statue could talk. "Now why didn't I think of that?" the goddess exclaimed. "That's clever!" "But—" she twisted the piece of pancake about again. "But Asheth doesn't talk, you know. Not exactly. She does everything by signs, portents and omens and things. And she doesn't always give one when people ask." This was annoying. "But she'll give you one," Christopher said persuasively. "You're supposed to be her after all, so it only amounts to asking her to remind you of something both of you know already. Go and tell her to do you a portent, only make her put a time limit on it, so that if there isn't one, you'll know that there isn't." "I will," said the goddess decisively. She stuffed the piece of pancake into Christopher's mouth and dusted her hands with a determined jangle. "I'll go and ask her this minute." And she strode out of the room, chank, chink, chank, chink, sounding rather like the soldiers at that moment marching around the yard behind Christopher's back. He spat the pancake out, shut his eyes to squeeze the water out, and wished he was able to cross his fingers. 5 minutes later, the goddess strode back, looking much more cheerful. "Done it," she said. "She didn't want to tell me. I had to bully her. But I told her to take her very stupid face off and stop trying to fool me, and she gave in." She looked at Christopher rather wonderingly. "I've never got the upper hand of her before." "Yes, but what did she say?" Christopher asked. He would have danced with impatience if the wall had not stopped him. "Oh, nothing yet," said the goddess. "But I promise faithfully I'll let you go when she does. She said she couldn't manage it at once. She wanted to wait till tomorrow, but I said that was far too long. So she said that the very earliest she could manage a portent was midnight tonight." "Midnight?" Christopher exclaimed. "That's only 3 hours away now," the goddess told him soothingly. "And I said she had to make it on the dot or I'd be really angry. You must understand her point of view. She has to pull the strings of fate, and that does take time." With his heart sinking, Christopher tried to calculate what time that would make it back at the castle. The very earliest he could get it to was 10 o'clock in the morning. But perhaps the maid who came to wake him would simply think he was tired. It would take her an hour or so to get worried enough to tell Flavian or someone, and by that time he would be back with any luck. "Midnight, then," he said, sighing a bit. "And you're to let me go, then? or I'll summon a whirlwind, set everything on fire, and take the roof off the temple." During those 3 hours, he kept wondering why he did not do that at once. It was only partly that he did not want to lose another life. He felt a sort of duty to wait and set the goddess's mind at rest. He had started her worrying by making that remark, and before that he had made her discontented by bringing her those school stories. He had a lot of fellow feeling for her in her strange, lonely life. And of course Papa had told him that you did not use magic against a lady. Somehow all these things combined to keep Christopher sagging in a half-sitting way in the wall, patiently waiting for midnight. Some of the time the goddess sat on her cushions, tensely stroking the white cat, as if she expected the portent any moment. Much of the time she was busy. She was called away to lessons, and then to prayers, and finally to have a bath. While she was away, Christopher had the rather desperate idea that he might be able to get in touch with the life he knew must be lying in bed at the castle. He thought he might be able to get it to get up and do lessons for him. But though he had a sort of feeling of a separate piece of him quite clearly, he did not seem to be in touch with it, or if he was, he had no means of knowing. "Do lessons," he thought. "Get out of bed and behave like me." And he wondered for the 100th time why he did not simply blow up the temple and leave. Finally, the goddess came back in a long white nightgown and only 2 bracelets. She kissed Mother Proudfoot good-night in the archway and got among her white cushions with her arms lovingly around her white cat. "It won't be long now," she told Christopher. "It had better not be," he said. "Honestly, I can't think why you grumble about your life. I'd swap your Mother Proudfoot for Flavian and Gabriel any day." "Yes, maybe I am being silly," the goddess agreed rather drowsily. "On the other hand, I can tell you don't believe in Usheth, and that makes you see it quite differently from me." Christopher could tell by her breathing that she dropped off to sleep then. He must have dozed himself in the end. The jelly-like wall was not really uncomfortable. He was roused by a strange, high cheeping noise. It was an oddly desperate sound, a little like the noise baby birds make, calling and calling to be fed. Christopher jumped awake to find a big bar of white moonlight falling across the tiles of the floor. "Oh, look," said the goddess, "it's the portent." Her pointing arm came into the moonlight, with a bracelet dangling from it. She was pointing to Bethy, the white cat. Bethy was lying stiffly stretched out in the bar of moonlight. Something tiny and very, very white was crawling and scrambling all over Bethy, filling the air with desperate high crying. The goddess surged off her cushions and onto her knees and picked the tiny thing up. "It's frozen," she said. "Bethy's had a kitten and—" There was a long pause. "Christopher," said the goddess, obviously trying to sound calm, "Bethy's dead. That means I'm going to die when they get a new living Usheth." Kneeling by the dead cat, she screamed and screamed and screamed. Lights went on. Feet flapped on the tiles, running. Christopher struggled to get himself as far back in the wall as he could. He knew how the goddess felt. He had felt the same when he woke up in the mortuary. But he wished she would stop screaming. As skinny Mother Proudfoot rushed into the room, followed by 2 other priestesses, he did his best to begin a levitation spell. But the goddess kept her promise. Still screaming, she backed away from Bethy's pathetic corpse as if it horrified her, and flung out one arm dramatically, so that her dangling bracelet flipped Christopher's invisible nose. Luckily, the bracelet was silver. Christopher landed back in his own bed in the castle with the crash he was now used to. He was solid and visible and in his pyjamas, and by the light it was nearly midday. He sat up hastily. Gabriel DeWitt was sitting in the wooden chair across the room, staring at him even more grimly than usual. Gabriel had his elbows on the arms of the chair, and his long, knob-knuckled hands together in a point under his eagle nose. Over them, his eyes seemed as hard to look away from as the dragon's. "So you have been spirit-travelling," he said. "I suspect you do so habitually. That would explain a great deal. Will you kindly inform me just where you have been and why it took you so long to come back?" There was nothing Christopher could do but explain. He rather wished he could have died instead. Losing a life was nothing compared with the way Gabriel looked at him. "The Temple of Asheth," Gabriel said. "You foolish boy! Asheth is one of the most vicious and vengeful goddesses in the related worlds. Her military arm has been known to pursue people across worlds and over many years, on far slighter grounds than you have given her. Thank goodness you refrained from blowing a hole in her temple. And I am relieved that you at least had the sense to leave the living Asheth to her fate." "Her fate? They weren't really going to kill her off, were they?" Christopher asked. "Of course they will," Gabriel said in his calmest and driest way. "That was the meaning of the portent. The older goddess dies when the new living Asheth is chosen. The theory, I believe, is that the older one will enrich the power of the deity. This one must be particularly valuable to them, as she seems to be quite an enchantress in her own right." Christopher was horrified. He saw suddenly that the goddess had known, or at least suspected, what was going to happen to her. That was why she had tried to get him to help. "How can you be so calm about it?" he said. "She's only got one life. Can't you do something to help her?" "My good Christopher," said Gabriel, "there are, over all the series of all the related worlds, more than 100 worlds, and in more than half of them there are practices which horrify any civilized person. If I were to expend my time and sympathy on these, I would have none left over to do what I am paid to do, which is to prevent the misuse of magic here. This is why I must take action over you. Do you deny that you have been misusing magic?" "I—" said Christopher. "You most certainly have," said Gabriel. "You must have lost at least 3 of your lives in some other world, and you may, for all I know, have lost all 6 while you were spirit-travelling. But since the outer life, the life you should have lost, was lying here apparently asleep, natural laws have been forced to bend in order to enable you to lose it in the proper way. Much more of this, and you will set up a serious singularity throughout Series 12. "I didn't lose one this time," Christopher said defensively. "Then you must have lost it last time you went spirit-travelling," Gabriel said. "You are definitely 1 short again. And this is not going to occur any more, Christopher. Oblige me by getting dressed at once and coming with me to my office." Christopher said. "I haven't had breakfast yet. Can I—" "No," said Gabriel. By this, Christopher knew that things were very bad indeed. He found he was shaking as he got up and went to the washroom. The door of the washroom would not shut. Christopher could tell Gabriel was holding it open with a strong spell to make sure he did not try to get away. Under Gabriel's eyes, he washed and dressed quicker than he had ever done in his life. "Christopher," Gabriel said while he was hurriedly brushing his hair, You must realize that I am deeply concerned about you. Nobody should lose lives at the rate that you do. What is wrong?" "I don't do it just to annoy you," Christopher said bitterly, "if that's what you think." Gabriel sighed. "I may be a poor guardian, but I know my duty," he said. "Come along." He stalked silently through the corridors, with Christopher half running to keep up. What had become of his sixth life, Christopher wondered, with what bit of his mind was not taken up with terror. He was inclined to think that Gabriel had miscounted. Inside the twilight office, Miss Rosalie and Dr. Simonson were waiting, with one of the younger men on the castle staff. All of them were swathed in a shimmering, transparent spell. Christopher's eyes flicked anxiously from them to the leather couch in the middle of the dark floor. It reminded him of a dentist's chair. Beyond it was a stand holding 2 bell jars. The one on the left had a large bobbin hanging from nothing inside it, while the one on the right seemed to be empty, except for a curtain ring or something lying at the bottom. "What are you going to do?" Christopher said, and his voice came out more than a little squeaky. Miss Rosalie stepped up to Gabriel and handed him some gloves on a glass tray. As Gabriel worked his fingers into the gloves, he said, "This is the severe step I warned you of after your fire. I intend to remove your 9th life from you without harming either it or you. Afterwards I shall put it in the castle safe, under 9 charms that only I can unlock. Since you will then only be able to have that life by coming to me and asking me to unlock those 9 charms, this might induce you to be more careful with the 2 lives you will have left." Miss Rosalie and Dr. Simonson began wrapping Gabriel in a sheeny spell like their own. "Taking a life out intact is something only Gabriel knows how to do," Miss Rosalie said proudly. Dr. Simonson, to Christopher's surprise, seemed to be trying to be kind. He said, "These spells are only for hygiene. Don't look so alarmed. Lie down on this couch now. I promise you it won't hurt a bit." Just what the dentist said, Christopher thought, as he quakingly lay down. Gabriel turned this way and that to let the spell settle around him. "The reason Frederick Parkinson is here," he said, "and not patrolling the world edge as he should be, is to make sure that you do no spirit travelling while your life is being detached. That would put you in extreme peril, Christopher, so please try to remain in this world while we work." Someone cast a very strong sleep spell then. Christopher went out like a light. Dr. Simonson turned out to have told the truth. He felt nothing at all for several hours. When he woke up, ravenously hungry and slightly itchy deep inside somewhere, he simply felt rather cheated. If he did have to have a life taken away, he would have liked to have watched how it was done. Gabriel and the others were leaning against the black desk, drinking tea and looking exhausted. Frederick Parkinson said, "You kept trying to spirit travel. I had my work cut out to stop you." Miss Rosalie hurried to bring Christopher a cup of tea, too. "We kept you asleep until your life was all on the bobbin," she said. "It's just winding down into the gold ring now. Look." She pointed to the 2 bell jars. The bobbin inside the left-hand jar was almost full of shiny, pinkish thread, and it was rotating in a slow, stately way in the air. In the right-hand jar, the ring was up in the air now, too, spinning fast and jerkily. "How are you now, dear?" Miss Rosalie asked. "Can you feel anything? Are you quite well?" Gabriel asked. He sounded rather anxious. Dr. Simonson seemed just as concerned. He took Christopher's pulse and then tested his mind by asking him to do sums. "He does seem to be fine," he told the others. "Thank goodness," Gabriel said, rubbing his face with his hands. Tell Flavian... No, he's out on the world edge, isn't he? Frederick, would you put Christopher to bed and tell the housekeeper that he's ready for that nourishing meal now? Everyone was so nervous and concerned about him that Christopher realized that no one had ever tried to take someone's spare life away before. He was not sure what he felt about that. What would they have done if it hadn't worked, he wondered, while he was sitting in bed eating almost more chicken and cream puffs than he could hold. Frederick Parkinson sat by him while he ate, and went on sitting by him all evening. Christopher did not know which irritated him most, Frederick or the itch deep down inside him. He went to sleep early in order to get rid of both. He woke up in the middle of the night to find himself alone in the room with the gaslight still burning. He got out of bed at once and went to see if the split in the castle spells had been mended. To his surprise, it was still there. It looked as if nobody had realized how he went to the Anywheres. He was just about to go through the split when he happened to look back at his bed. The boy lying there among the rumpled covers had a vague, unreal look, like Takroy before he was firmed up. The sight gave Christopher a most unpleasant jolt. He really did have only 2 lives left now. The last life was locked away in the castle safe, and there was no way he could use it without Gabriel's permission. Hating Gabriel more than ever, he went back to bed. Flavian brought Christopher his breakfast in the morning. "Are you all right for lessons today?" he asked anxiously. "I thought we could take it easy. I had a fairly heavy day yesterday, in and out of the world edge to absolutely no effect, so I could do with a quiet morning too. I thought we'd go down to the library and look at some of the standard reference books, Moore's Almanac, Prynne's List, and so forth." The itch inside Christopher had gone. He felt fine, probably better than Flavian, who looked pale and tired. He was irritated at the way everyone was keeping watch on him, but he knew there was no point in complaining, so he ate his breakfast and got dressed and went along the corridors with Flavian to the pink marble staircase. They were halfway down the stairs when the 5-pointed star in the hall filled with sudden action. Frederick Parkinson sprang into being first. He waved at Flavian. "We've got some of them at last!" His jubilant shout was still ringing around the hall when Miss Rosalie appeared, struggling to keep hold of an angry old woman who was trying to hit her over the head with a violin. 2 policemen materialized behind her. They were carrying someone between them, one at the man's head and one at his legs. They staggered around Miss Rosalie and the fighting old woman and laid the man carefully on the tiles, where he stayed, spread out a bit as if he was asleep, with his curly head turned peacefully towards the stairs. Christopher found himself staring down at Takroy. At the same moment, Flavian said, "My God, it's Mordecai Roberts!" "I'm afraid so," Frederick Parkinson called up to him. "He's one of the Rafe gang, all right. I followed him all the way into Series 7 before I went back to trace his body. He was one of their couriers. There was quite a lot of loot with him." More policemen were appearing behind him, carrying boxes and the kind of waterproof bundles Christopher knew rather well. Gabriel DeWitt hurried past Christopher and Flavian and stood at the foot of the stairs looking down at Takroy like a black, brooding bird. "So Roberts was their carrier, was he?" he said. "No wonder we were making no headway." By then the hall was filled with people, more policemen, the rest of the castle staff, footmen, the butler, and a crowd of interested housemaids. "Take him to the trance room," Gabriel told Dr. Simonson, "but don't let him suspect anything. I want whatever he was fetching, if possible." He turned to look up at Flavian and Christopher. "Christopher, you had better be present at the questioning when Roberts returns to his body," he said. "It will be valuable experience for you." Christopher threaded his way across the hall beside Flavian, feeling rather as if he was out of his body too. He was empty with horror. So this was what Uncle Rafe's experiments really were. "Oh, no," he thought. "Let it all be a mistake." He found it quite impossible to concentrate in the library. He kept hearing Miss Rosalie's voice saying, "But, Gabriel, they had actually butchered a whole tribe of mermaids." And his mind kept going to those fishy bundles he had loaded on the horseless carriage in Series 5, and then to the silly ladies who had thought he was something called a Clistopher. He told himself that those fishy bundles had not been bundles of mermaid. It was all some terrible mistake. But then he thought of the way Takroy had tried to warn him off, not only the time the dragon came, but several times before that. And he knew it was no mistake. He felt sick. Flavian was almost as bad. "Just fancy it being Mordecai," he kept saying. "He's been on the castle staff for years. I used to like him." Both of them jumped up with a sort of relief when a footman came to fetch them to the middle drawing-room. At least, Christopher thought, as he followed Flavian across the hall, when everything came out, nobody would expect him to be the next Chrestomanci any longer. Somehow, the thought was not as comforting as he had hoped. In the enormous drawing-room, Gabriel was sitting at the centre of a half-circle of gilded armchairs, like an old black-and-grey king on his throne. To one side of him sat serious and important-looking policemen with notebooks, and 3 men carrying briefcases, who all wore whiskers more imposing than Papa's. Flavian whispered that these were men from the government. Miss Rosalie and the rest of Gabriel's staff sat on the other side of the semicircle. Christopher was beckoned to a chair about halfway along. He had an excellent view when 2 sturdy warlock footmen brought Takroy in and sat him in a chair facing the others. "Mordecai Roberts," one of the policemen said, "you are under arrest, and I must warn you that anything you say will be taken down and may be used in evidence later. Do you wish to have a lawyer present with you?" "Not particularly," said Takroy. In his body, he was not quite the Takroy Christopher knew. Instead of the old green suit, he was wearing a much smarter brown one, with a blue silk cravat and a handkerchief that matched it in his top pocket. His boots were handmade calf. Though his curls were exactly the same, there were lines on his face that never appeared on the face of his spirit, laugh lines set in a rather insolent and bitter pattern. He was pretending to lounge in his chair with one handmade boot swinging in a carefree way, but Christopher could tell he was not carefree at all. "No point in a lawyer," he said. "You caught me in the act after all. I've been a double agent for years now. There's no way I could deny it." "What made you do it?" Miss Rosalie cried out. "Money," Takroy said carelessly. "Would you care to expand on that?" Gabriel said. "When you left the castle in order to infiltrate the Wraith organization, the government agreed to pay you a good salary and to provide comfortable lodgings in Baker Street. You still have both." So much for the garret in Covent Garden, Christopher thought bitterly. "Ah, but that was in the early days," said Takroy, "when the Wraith only operated in Series 12. He couldn't offer me enough to tempt me then. As soon as he expanded into the rest of the related worlds, he offered me anything I cared to ask." He took the silk handkerchief out of his pocket and carefully flicked imaginary dust off his good boots. "I didn't take the offer straight away, you know," he said. "I got deeper in by degrees. Extravagance gets a hold on you." "Who is the Wraith?" Gabriel asked. "You owe the government that information at least." Takroy's foot swung. He folded the handkerchief neatly, and his eyes went carelessly around the half-circle of people facing him. Christopher kept the vaguest look on his face that he could manage, but Takroy's eyes passed over him just as they passed over everyone else, as if Takroy had never seen him before. "There I can't help you," he said. The man guards his identity very carefully. I only had dealings with his underlings." "Such as the woman Ephesia Bell, who owns the house in Kensington where your body was seized?" one of the policemen asked. Takroy shrugged. "She was one of them, yes." Miss Bell, the last governess, Christopher thought. She had to be one of them. He kept his face so vague that it felt as stiff as the golden statue of Asheth. "Who else can you name?" someone else asked. "Nobody much, I'm afraid," Takroy said. Several other people asked him the same question in different ways, but Takroy simply swung his foot and said he couldn't remember. At length, Gabriel leaned forward. "We have taken a brief look at that horseless carriage on which your spirit smuggled the plunder," he said. "It's an ingenious object, Roberts." "Yes, isn't it?" Takroy agreed. "It must have taken quite a while to perfect. You can see it had to be fluid enough to cross the world edge, but solid enough so that the people in the other series could load it when I got it there. I got the impression that the Wraith had to wait until he'd got the carriage right before he could expand into the related worlds." "That's not true," Christopher thought, "and I used to load it. He's lying about everything." "Several wizards must have worked on that thing, Mordecai," Miss Rosalie said. "Who were they?" "Heaven knows," said Takroy. "No, wait a minute. Effie Bell dropped a name. Phelps, was it? Felperin? Gabriel and the policeman exchanged glances. Flavian murmured, "The Felperin brothers. We've suspected they were crooked for years." "Another curious thing, Roberts," Gabriel said. "Our brief inspection of the carriage shows that it seems at one time to have been almost destroyed by fire." Christopher found that he had stopped breathing. "Accident in the workshop, I suppose," Takroy said. "Dragon fire, Mordecai," said Dr. Simonson. "I recognized it at once." Takroy let his bitter, anxious, laughing eyes travel around everyone's faces. Christopher still could not breathe, but once again Takroy's eyes passed over Christopher as if he had never seen him before. He laughed. "I was joking. The sight of you all sitting around in judgment brings out the worst in me. Yes, it was burned by a dragon objecting to a load of dragon's blood I was collecting in Series 8. It happened about a year ago." Christopher began breathing at that. "I lost the whole load," Takroy said, "and was nearly too scalded to get back into my body. We had to suspend operations most of last autumn until the carriage was repaired. If you remember, I reported to you that the Wraith seemed to have stopped importing then." Christopher drew in some long, relieved breaths, and tried not to make them too obvious. Then one of the whiskered government men spoke up. "Did you always go out alone?" he asked, and Christopher almost stopped breathing again. "Of course I was alone," said Takroy. "What use would another traveller be? Mind you, I have absolutely no way of knowing how many other carriages the Wraith was sending out. He could have hundreds." "And that's nonsense," Christopher thought. "Ours was the only one, or they wouldn't have had to stop last autumn when I went to school and forgot." If he had not realized by then that Takroy was protecting him, he would have known by the end of the morning. The questions went on and on. Takroy's eyes slid across Christopher over and over again without a trace of recognition. And every time Takroy's answer should have incriminated Christopher, Takroy lied. And followed the lie up with a smokescreen of other confessions to take people's minds off the question. Christopher's face went stiff from keeping the vague look on it. He stared at Takroy's bitter face and felt worse and worse. At least twice he nearly jumped up and confessed, but that seemed such a waste of all Takroy's trouble. The questions did not stop for lunch. The butler wheeled in a trolley of sandwiches, which everyone ate over pages of notes while they asked more questions. Christopher was glad to see one of the footmen taking Takroy some sandwiches too. Takroy was pale as the milkiest coffee by then, and his swinging boot was shaking. He bit into the sandwiches as if he was starving, and answered the next questions with his mouth full. Christopher bit into his own sandwich. It was salmon. He thought of the mermaids and was nearly sick. "What's the matter?" whispered Flavian. "Nothing. I just don't like salmon," Christopher whispered back. It would be stupid to give himself away now, after Takroy had worked so hard to keep him out of it. He put the sandwich to his mouth, but he just could not bring himself to take another bite. "It could be the effect of that life removal," Flavian murmured anxiously. "Yes, I expect that's it," Christopher said. He laid the sandwich down again, wondering how Takroy could bear to eat his so ravenously. The questions were still going on when the butler wheeled the trolley away. He came back again almost at once and whispered discreetly to Gabriel DeWitt. Gabriel thought, decided something, and nodded. Then, to Christopher's surprise, the butler came and leaned over him. "Your mother is here, Master Christopher, waiting in the small saloon. If you will follow me." Christopher looked at Gabriel, but Gabriel was leaning forward to ask Takroy who collected the packages when they arrived in London. Christopher got up to follow the butler. Takroy's eyes flickered after him. "Sorry," Christopher heard him say. "My mind's getting like a sieve. You'll have to ask me that again." Mermaids, Christopher thought as he crossed the hall after the butler. Fishy packages, bundles of dragon's blood. I knew it was dragon's blood in Series 8, but I didn't know the dragon was objecting. What's going to happen to Takroy now? When the butler opened the door of the small saloon and ushered him in, he could hardly focus his mind on the large, elegant room, or the two ladies sitting in it. 2 ladies? Christopher blinked at 2 wide silk skirts. The pink and lavender one belonged to Mamma, who looked pale and upset. The brown and gold skirt, that was quite as elegant, belonged to the last governess. Christopher's mind snapped away from mermaids and dragon's blood, and he stopped short halfway across the oriental carpet. Mamma held out a lavender glove to him. "Darling boy," she said shakily, "how tall you are! You remember dear Miss Bell, don't you, Christopher? She's my companion these days. Your uncle has found us a nice house in Kensington." "Walls have ears," remarked Miss Bell in her dullest voice. Christopher remembered how her hidden prettiness never did come out in front of Mamma. He felt sorry for Mamma. "Christopher can deal with that, can't you, dear?" said Mamma. Christopher pulled himself together. He had no doubt that the saloon was hung with listening spells, probably one to each gold-framed picture. "I ought to tell the police the last governess is here," he thought. But if the last governess was living with Mamma, that would get Mamma into trouble too. And he knew that if he gave the last governess away, she would tell about him, and waste all Takroy's trouble. "How did you get in?" he said. "There's a spell around the grounds." "Your Mamma cried her eyes out at the lodge gates," the last governess said, and gestured meaningly around the room to tell Christopher to do something about the listening spells. Christopher would have liked to pretend not to understand, but he knew he dared not offend the last governess. A blanketing spell was enchanter's magic, and easy enough. He summoned one with an angry blink, and, as usual, he overdid it. He thought he had gone deaf. Then he saw that Mamma was tapping the side of her face with a puzzled expression, and the last governess was shaking her head, trying to clear her ears. Hastily, he scraped out the middle of the spell so that they could all hear one another inside the deafness. "Darling," Mamma said tearfully, "we've come to take you away from all this. There's a cab from the station waiting outside, and you're coming back to Kensington to live with me. Your uncle wants me to be happy, and he says he knows I can't be happy until I've got you. He's quite right, of course." Only this morning, Christopher thought angrily, he would have danced with joy to hear Mamma say this. Now he knew it was just another way to waste Takroy's trouble. And another plot of Uncle Rafe's, of course. Uncle Wraith, he thought. He looked at Mamma, and Mamma looked appealingly back. He could see she meant what she said, even though she had let Uncle Rafe rule her mind completely. Christopher could hardly blame her for that. After all, he had let Uncle Rafe fascinate him, that time when Uncle Rafe tipped him sixpence all those months ago. He looked at the last governess. "Your mamma is quite well off now," she told him, in her smooth, composed way. "Your uncle has already restored nearly half your mamma's fortune." "Nearly half?" Christopher thought. "Then what has he done with the rest of the money I earned him for nothing? He must be a millionaire several times over by now." "And with you to help," said the last governess, "in the way you always used to, you can restore the rest of your mamma's money in no time." "In the way I always used to," Christopher thought. He remembered the smooth way the last governess had worked on him, first to find out about the anywheres, and then to get him to do exactly what Uncle Rafe wanted. He could not forgive her for that, though she was even more devoted to Uncle Rafe than Mamma was. And remembering that, he looked at Mamma again. Mamma's love for Christopher might be perfectly real, but she had left him to nursery maids and governesses, and she would leave him to the last governess as soon as they got to Kensington. "We're relying on you, darling," said Mamma. "Why are you looking so vague? All you have to do is to climb out of this window and hide in the cab, and we'll drive away without anyone being the wiser." "I see," Christopher thought. Uncle Rafe knew Takroy had been caught. So now he wanted Christopher to go on with the smuggling. He had sent Mamma to fetch Christopher and the last governess to see that they did as Uncle Rafe wanted. Perhaps he was afraid Takroy would give Christopher away. Well, if Takroy could lie, so could Christopher. "I wish I could," he said, in a sad, hesitating way, although underneath he was suddenly as smooth and composed as the last governess. "I'd love to get out of here, but I can't. When the dragon burned me in Series 8, that was my last life but one. Gabriel DeWitt was so angry that he took my lives and hid them. If I go outside the castle now, I'll die." Mamma burst into tears. "That horrid old man! How awkward for everyone!" "I think," said the last governess, standing up, "that in that case there's nothing to detain us here." "You're right, dear," Mamma sobbed. She dried her eyes and gave Christopher a scented kiss. "How terrible not to be able to call one's lives one's own," she said. "Perhaps your uncle can think of something." Christopher watched the two of them hurry away, rustling expensively over the carpet as soon as they came out from the silence spell. He cancelled the spell with a dejected wave. Though he knew what both of them were like, he still felt hurt and disillusioned as he watched them through the window, climbing into the cab that was waiting under the cedar trees of the drive. The only person he knew who would not try to use him was Takroy. And Takroy was a criminal and a double-crosser. "And so am I," Christopher thought. Now he had finally admitted this to himself. He found he could not bear to go back to the middle drawing-room to listen to people asking Takroy questions. He trudged miserably up to his room instead. He opened the door. He stared. A small girl in a dripping wet brown robe was sitting shivering on the edge of his bed. Her hair hung in damp tails around her pale, round face. In one hand she seemed to be gripping a handful of soaking white fur. Her other hand was clutching a large, waxed paper parcel of what looked like books. This was all I needed, Christopher thought. The goddess had somehow got here, and she had clearly brought her possessions with her. "How did you get here?" Christopher said. The goddess shook with shivers. She had left all her jewellery behind, which made her look very odd and plain. "But by remembering what you said," she answered through chattering teeth, "about having to leave a life behind. And of course there are two of me, if you count the golden statue as one. But it wasn't easy. I walked into the wall 6 times around the corner of my room before I got it right. You must be brave to keep going through that awful place between. It was horrible. I nearly dropped Proudfoot twice." "Proudfoot?" said Christopher. The goddess opened her hand with the white fur in it. The white fur squeaked in protest and began shivering too. "My kitten," the goddess explained. Christopher remembered how hot it was in Series 10. Some time ago, someone had put the scarf old Mrs. Pawson had knitted him neatly away in his chest of drawers. He began searching for it. "I couldn't leave her," the goddess said pleadingly. "I brought her feeding bottle with me, and I had to get away as soon as they left me alone after the portent. They know I know. I heard Mother Proudfoot saying they were going to have to look for a new living one at once." And clothes for the goddess, too, Christopher realized, hearing the way her teeth chattered. He tossed her the scarf. "Wrap the kitten in that. It was knitted by a witch, so it'll probably keep her safe. How on earth did you find the castle?" "But by looking into every valley I came to," said the goddess. "I can't think why you said you didn't have a witch sight. I nearly missed the split in the spell. It's really faint." "Is that witch sight?" Christopher said distractedly. He dumped an armful of his warmest clothes on the bed beside her. "Go in the washroom and get those on before you freeze." The goddess put the kitten down, carefully wrapped in a nest of scarf. It was still so young that it looked like a white rat. Christopher wondered how it had survived at all. "But boys' clothes?" the goddess said. "They're all I've got," he said. "And be quick. Maids come in and out of here all the time. You've got to hide. Gabriel DeWitt told me not to have anything to do with Asheth. I don't know what he'd do if he found you here." At this, the goddess jumped off the bed and snatched up the clothes. Christopher was glad to see that she looked truly alarmed. He dashed for the door. "I'll go and get a hiding place ready," he said. "Wait here." Off he went at a run to the larger of the 2 old tower rooms, the one that had once been a wizard's workshop. A runaway goddess just about put the lid on his troubles, he thought. Still, it was probably very lucky that everyone was taken up with poor Takroy. With a bit of cunning, he ought to be able to keep the goddess hidden here while he wrote to Dr. Pawson to ask what on earth to do with her permanently. He dashed up the spiral stair and looked around the dusty room. One way and another, he had not made much progress furnishing it as a den. It was empty, apart from an old stool, worm-eaten workbenches and a rusty iron brazier. Hopeless for a goddess. Christopher began conjuring desperately. He fetched all the cushions from the small saloon. Then, on second thought, he knew someone would notice. He sent most of them back, and conjured cushions from the large drawing-room, the large saloon, the middle saloon, the small drawing-room, and anywhere else where he thought there would be nobody to see. Charcoal from the gardener's shed next, to fill the brazier. Christopher summoned fire for it, almost in too much of a hurry to notice he had got it right for once. He remembered a saucepan and an old kettle by the stables, and fetched those. A bucket of water he brought from the pump by the kitchen door. What else? Milk for the kitten. It came in a whole churn, and he had to tip some out into the saucepan and then send the churn back. The trouble was that he had no idea where things were kept in the castle. Teapot, tea. He had no idea where those came from. And did the goddess drink tea? She would have to. What then? Oh, cup, saucer, plates. He fetched the ones out of the grand cabinet in the dining room. They were quite pretty. She would like those. Then spoon, knife, fork. Of course, none of the silver ones would respond. Christopher fetched what must have been the whole kitchen cutlery drawer with a crash, sorted hastily through it, and sent it back like the churn. And she would need food. What was in the pantry? The salmon sandwiches arrived, neatly wrapped in a white napkin. Christopher gagged. Mermaids! But he arranged them with the other things on the bench before taking a hasty look around. The charcoal had begun to glow red in the brazier, but it needed something else to make it look homey. Yes, a carpet! The nice round one from the library would do. When the carpet came, it turned out twice as big as he had thought. He had to move the brazier to make room. There! Perfect! He dashed back to his room. He arrived at the exact moment when Flavian opened its door and started to walk in. Christopher hastily cast the fiercest invisibility spell he could. Flavian opened the door on utter blankness. To Christopher's relief, he stood and stared at it. Christopher said behind him. Flavian whirled around as if Christopher had stabbed him. Christopher said airily and as loudly as he could, "Just practicing my practical magic, Flavian." The stumbling sounds he could hear from inside the blankness stopped. The goddess knew Flavian was there. But he had to get her out of there. "Oh, were you? Good," Flavian said. "Then I'm sorry to interrupt, but Gabriel says I'm to give you a lesson now, because I won't be here tomorrow. He wants a full muster of castle staff to go after the Wraith." While Flavian was speaking, Christopher felt inside the invisibility in his room, using a magical sixth sense which up to then he did not know he had, and located first the goddess standing by his bed, then the kitten nestled in the scarf on the bed, and sent them both fiercely to the tower room. At least he hoped he had. He had never transported living things before, and he had no idea if it was the same. He heard a heavy whoosh of displaced air from among the invisibility, which was the same kind of noise the milk churn had made, and he knew the goddess had gone somewhere. He just had to hope she would understand. She had, after all, shown she could look after herself. He cancelled the invisibility. The room seemed to be empty. "I like to practice in private," he told Flavian. Flavian shot him a look. "Come to the schoolroom." As they walked along the corridor, Christopher caught up with what Flavian had been saying. "You're all going after the Wraith tomorrow?" "If we can get him," Flavian said. "After you left, Mordecai cracked open enough to give us a few names and addresses. We think he was telling the truth." He sighed. "I'd looked forward to catching them, except that I can't get over Mordecai being one of them." What about Mamma? Christopher wondered anxiously. He wished he could think of a way to warn her, but he had no idea where in Kensington she was living. They reached the schoolroom. The moment they got there, Christopher realized that he had only cancelled the invisibility on his room, not on the goddess or the kitten. He fumbled around with his mind, trying to find her in the tower room, or wherever, and get her visible again. But wherever he had sent her, she seemed too far away for him to find. The result was that he did not hear anything Flavian said for at least 20 minutes. "I said," Flavian said heavily, "that you seem a bit vague." He had said it several times, Christopher could tell. He said hastily, "I was wondering what was going to happen to Mordecai Roberts now." "Prison, I suppose," Flavian answered sadly. "He'll be in clink for years." "But they'll have to put a special clink around his spirit to stop that getting away, won't they?" Christopher said. To his surprise, Flavian exploded. "That's just the kind of damn fool, frivolous, unfeeling remark you would make," he cried out. "Of all the hard-hearted, toffee-nosed, superior little beggars I've ever met, you're the worst. Sometimes I don't think you have a soul, just a bundle of worthless lives instead." Christopher stared at Flavian's usually pale face, all pink with passion, and tried to protest that he had not meant to be unfeeling. He had only meant that it must be quite hard to keep a spirit traveller in prison. But Flavian, now he had started, seemed quite unable to stop. "You seem to think," he shouted, "that those 9 lives give you the right to behave like the Lord of creation. That or there's a stone wall around you. If anyone so much as tries to be friendly, all they get is haughty stares, vague looks, or pure damn rudeness. Goodness knows I've tried. Gabriel's tried, Rosalie's tried. So have all the maids, and they say you don't even notice them. And now you make jokes about poor Mordecai. I've had enough. I'm sick of you." Christopher had no idea that people saw him like this. He was astounded. "What's gone wrong with me?" he thought. "I'm nice, really." When he went to the Anywheres as a small boy, everyone had liked him. Everybody had smiled. Total strangers had given him things. Christopher saw that he had gone on thinking that people only had to see him to like him, and it was only too clear that nobody did. He looked at Flavian, breathing hard and glaring at him. He seemed to have hurt Flavian's feelings badly. He had not thought Flavian had feelings to hurt. And it made it worse, somehow, that he had not meant to make a joke about Takroy, not when Takroy had just spent the whole day lying on his behalf. He liked Takroy. The trouble was, he did not dare tell Flavian he did. Nor did he dare say that his mind had mostly been on the goddess. So what could he say? "I'm sorry," he said. "Truly sorry." His voice came out wobbly with shock. "I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. Not this time, anyway. Really." "Well," said Flavian. The pink in his face died away. He leaned back in his chair, staring. "That's the first time I've ever heard you say sorry. Meaning it, that is. I suppose it's some kind of breakthrough?" He clapped his chair back to the floor and stood up. "Sorry I lost my temper, but I don't think I can go on with this lesson today. I feel too emotional. Run away, and I'll make up for it after tomorrow." Christopher found himself free, and with mixed feelings about it, to go and look for the goddess. He hurried to the tower room. To his great relief, she was there, in a strong smell of boiled-over milk, sitting on the many-coloured silk cushions, feeding the kitten out of a tiny doll's feeding bottle. With the charcoal warming the air, and the carpet, which now had a singed patch beside the brazier, covering the stone floor, the room seemed suddenly homey. The goddess greeted him with a most ungoddess-like giggle. "You forgot to make me visible again. I've never done invisibility. It took me ages to find how to cancel it, and I have to stand still the whole time in case I trod on Proudfoot." Thanks for doing this room. Those cups are really pretty. Christopher giggled too at the sight of the goddess in his Norfolk jacket and knee breeches. If you looked just at the clothes, she was a plump boy, rather like O'Neill, but if you looked at her grubby bare feet and her long hair, you hardly knew what she was. "You don't look much like the living Asheth," he began. "Don't!" The goddess sprang to her knees, carefully bringing the kitten and its bottle with her. "Don't say that name! Don't even think it! She's me, you know, as much as I'm her, and if anyone reminds her, she'll notice where I am and send the arm of Asheth." Christopher realized that this must be true, or the goddess could not have got to his world alive. "Then what am I supposed to call you?" "Millie," said the goddess firmly, "like the girl in the school books." He had known she would get around to school before long. He tried to keep her off the subject by asking, "Why do you call the kitten Proudfoot? Isn't that dangerous too?" "A bit," the goddess agreed. "But I had to put Mother Proudfoot off the scent. She was ever so flattered. I felt mean deceiving her. Luckily, there was an even better reason to call her that. Look." She laid the doll's bottle down and gently spread one of the kitten's tiny front paws out over the top of her finger. Its claws were pink. The paw looked like a very small daisy, Christopher thought, kneeling down to look. Then he realized that there were an awful lot of pink claws, at least 7 of them, in fact. "She has a holy foot," the goddess said solemnly. "That means she carries the luck of a certain golden deity. When I saw it, I knew it meant I should get here and go to school." They were back on the goddess's favourite subject again. Fortunately, at that moment, a powerful contralto voice spoke outside the door. "Wong," it said. "Throgmorton," Christopher said. He jumped up in great relief and went to open the door. "He won't hurt the kitten, will he?" "He'd better not," said the goddess. But Throgmorton was entirely glad to see all of them. He ran to the goddess with his tail up, and the goddess, despite greeting him, "Hello, you vile cat," rubbed Throgmorton's ears, and was obviously delighted to see him. Throgmorton gave the kitten an owner-like sniff, and then settled down between Christopher and the fire, purring like a rusty clock. In spite of this interruption, it was only a matter of time before the goddess got around to school again. "You got into trouble, didn't you, when I kept you in the wall?" she said, thoughtfully eating a salmon sandwich. Christopher had to look away. "I know you did, or you'd have said." "What are these funny fishy things?" "Salmon sandwiches," Christopher said with a shudder. And he told her about the way Gabriel had put his 9th life in a gold ring in order to take his mind off mermaids. "Without even asking you first?" the goddess said indignantly. "Now you're the one who's worst off. Just let me get settled in at school, and I'll think of a way to get that life back for you." Christopher realized that the time had come to explain the realities of life in Series 12 to the goddess. "Look," he said, as kindly as he could, "I don't think you can go to school, or not to a boarding school like the one in your books. They cost no end of money. Even the uniforms are expensive, and you haven't even brought your jewellery to sell." To his surprise, the goddess was quite unconcerned. "My jewellery was nearly all silver. I couldn't bring it without harming you," she pointed out. "I came prepared to earn the money." Christopher wondered how. By showing her 4 arms in a freak show? "I know I will," the goddess said confidently. "I have Proudfoot's holy foot as an omen." She really did seem to believe this. "My idea was to write to Dr. Pawson," Christopher said. "That might help," the goddess agreed. When Milly's friend Cora Hope Forbes' father broke his neck hunting, she had to borrow her school fees. I do know all about these things, you see." Christopher sighed and conjured some paper and a pen from the schoolroom to write to Dr. Pawson with. This intrigued the goddess mightily. "How did you do that? Can I learn to do it too?" she wanted to know. "Why not?" said Christopher. "Gabriel said you were obviously an enchantress. The main rule is to visualize the thing you want to bring on its own. When Flavian started me conjuring, I kept fetching bits of wall and table too." They spent the next hour or so conjuring things the goddess needed. More charcoal, a dirt tray for the kitten, socks for the goddess, a blanket and several scent sprays to counteract the strong odour of Throgmorton. In between, they considered what to write to Dr. Pawson, and the goddess made notes about it in slanting, foreign-looking handwriting. They had not made much progress with the letter when the gong sounded distantly for supper. Then Christopher had to agree that the goddess could conjure his supper tray to the tower. "But I have to go to the schoolroom first," he warned her, "or the maid that brings it will guess. Give me 5 minutes." He arrived at the schoolroom at the same time as the maid. Remembering Flavian's outburst, Christopher looked at the maid carefully, and then smiled at her. At least it was partly to keep her from suspecting about the goddess, but he smiled at her anyway. The maid was obviously delighted to be noticed. She leaned on the table beside the tray and started to talk. "The police carried off that old woman," she said, "about an hour ago. Kicking and shouting she was. Sally and I sneaked into the hall to watch. It was as good as a play." "What about Mordecai Roberts?" Christopher asked. "Held for further questioning," said the maid, "with spells all over him. Poor Mr. Roberts. Sally said he looked tired to death when she took him in his supper. He's in that little room next the library. I know he's done wrong, but I keep trying to make an excuse to go in and have a chat with him, cheer him up a bit. Bertha's been in. She got to make up the bed there, lucky thing." Christopher was interested, in spite of wishing the maid would go. "You know Mordecai Roberts, then?" "Know him?" said the maid. "When he was working at the castle, I reckon we were all a bit sweet on him." Here Christopher noticed that his supper tray was beginning to jiggle. He slammed his hand down on it. "You must admit," the maid said, luckily not looking at the tray, "Mr. Roberts is that good-looking, and so pleasant with it. I'll name no names, but there were quite a few girls who went out of their way to bump into Mr. Roberts in corridors. Silly things. Everyone knew he only had eyes for Miss Rosalie." "Miss Rosalie?" Christopher exclaimed, more interested than ever, and he held the tray down with all his strength. The goddess clearly thought she had got something wrong, and was summoning it mightily. "Oh, yes. It was Mr. Roberts taught Miss Rosalie to play cricket," said the maid. "But somehow they never could agree. It was said that it was because of her that Mr. Roberts got himself sent off on that job in London. She did him a bad turn, did Miss Rosalie." Then, to Christopher's relief, she added, "But I ought to get along and let you eat your supper before it's cold." "Yes," Christopher said thankfully, leaning on the tray for all he was worth and desperately trying not to seem rude at the same time. If you do get to see Mr. Roberts, give him my regards. I met him in London once." "Will do," the maid said cheerfully, and left at last. Christopher's arms were weak by then. The tray exploded out from under his hands and vanished. A good deal of the table vanished with it. Christopher pelted back to the tower. "You silly fool!" he began as he opened the door. The goddess just pointed to 2/3 of the schoolroom table perched on a workbench. Both of them screamed with laughter. This was wonderfully jolly, Christopher thought, when he had recovered enough to share his supper with the goddess and Throgmorton. It was thoroughly companionable, knowing a person who had the same sort of magic. He had a feeling that this was the real reason why he had kept visiting the Temple of Asheth. All the same, now that the maid had put Takroy into his head again, Christopher could not get him out of it. While he talked and laughed with the goddess, he could actually feel Takroy downstairs somewhere at the other end of the castle, and the spells which held him, which were obviously uncomfortable. He could feel that Takroy had no hope at all. "Would you help me do something?" he asked the goddess. "I know I didn't help you." "But you did," said the goddess. "You're helping me now, without even grumbling about the nuisance." "There's a friend of mine who's a prisoner downstairs," Christopher said. "I think it's going to take 2 of us to break the spells and get him away safely." "Of course," said the goddess. She said it so readily that Christopher realized he would have to tell her why Takroy was there. If he let her help without telling her what she was in for, he would be as bad as Uncle Rafe. "Wait," he said. "I'm as bad as he is." And he told her about the Wraith and Uncle Rafe's experiments, and even about the mermaids. All of it. "Gosh," said the goddess. It was a word she must have picked up from her Millie books. "You are in a mess. Did Throgmorton really scratch your uncle? Good cat!" She was all for going to rescue Takroy at once. Christopher had to hang on to the back of the Norfolk jacket to stop her. "No, listen," he said. "They're all going to round up the rest of the Wraith gang tomorrow. We can set Takroy free while they're gone. And if they catch my uncle, Gabriel might be so pleased that he won't mind finding Takroy gone." The goddess consented to wait till morning. Christopher conjured her a pair of his pyjamas and left her finishing the salmon sandwiches as a bedtime snack. But, remembering her treachery over the portent, he took care to seal the door behind him with the strongest spell he knew. He was woken up next morning by a churn of milk landing beside his bed. This was followed by the remains of the schoolroom table. Christopher sent both back to the right places and rushed to the tower, dressing as he went. It looked as if the goddess was getting impatient. He found her standing helplessly over a hamper of loaves and a huge ham. "I've forgotten the right way to send things back," she confessed. "And I boiled that packet of tea in the kettle, but it doesn't taste nice. What did I do wrong?" Christopher sorted her out as well as he could and chased off to the schoolroom for his own breakfast. The maid was already there, holding the tray, looking quizzical. Christopher smiled at her nervously. She grinned and nodded towards the table. It had all 4 legs at one end, 2 of them sticking up into the air. "Oh," he said, "Come clean," she said. "It was you disappeared the antique cups in the dining room, wasn't it? I told the butler I'd tax you with it." "Well, yes," said Christopher, knowing the goddess was drinking freshly made tea out of one at the moment. "I'll put them back. They're not broken." "They'd better not be," said the maid. "They're worth a fortune, those cups. Now, do you mind putting this table to rights so I can put this tray down before I drop it?" While Christopher was turning the table to its proper shape, she remarked, "Feeling your gifts all of a sudden, aren't you? Things keep popping in and out all over the castle this morning. If you'll take my advice, you'll have everything back in its proper place before 10 o'clock. After Monsignor de Witt and the others leave to catch those thieves, the butler's going to go around checking the whole castle." She stayed and ate some of his toast and marmalade. As she remarked, she had had her breakfast 2 hours ago. Her name turned out to be Erica, and she was a valuable source of information, as well as being nice. But Christopher knew he should not have taught the goddess to conjure. He would never keep her a secret at this rate. Then, when Erica had gone and he was free to consider his problems, It dawned on Christopher that he could solve two of them at one go. All he had to do was to ask Takroy to take the goddess with him when he escaped. That made it more urgent than ever to get Takroy free. Chapter 18. Gabriel DeWitt and his assistants left promptly at 10. Everyone gathered in the hall around the five-pointed star, some of them carrying leather cases, some simply in outdoor clothes. Most of the footmen and two of the stable hands were going too. Everyone looked sober and determined, and Flavian, for one, looked outright nervous. He kept running his finger around his high starched collar. Christopher could see him sweating even from the top of the stairs. Christopher and the goddess watched from behind the marble balustrade near the black door of Gabriel's study. They were inside a very carefully constructed cloud of invisibility, which blotted out the two of them completely, but not Throgmorton trotting at their heels. Throgmorton had refused to come near enough to be blotted out too, but nothing would stop him following them. "Leave him," the goddess said. "He knows what I'd do to him if he gives us away." As the silver-voiced clock over the library struck 10, Gabriel came out of his study and stalked down the staircase, wearing a hat even taller and shinier than Papa's. Throgmorton, to Christopher's relief, ignored him. But he felt a strong wrench of worry about Mamma. She was certainly going to be arrested, and all she had done was to believe the lies Uncle Rafe had told her. Gabriel reached the hall and took a look around to see that all his troops were ready. When he saw they were, he pulled on a pair of black gloves and paced into the centre of the five-pointed star, where he went on pacing, growing smaller and further away as he walked. Miss Rosalie and Dr. Simonson followed and began to diminish too. The others went after them, 2 by 2. When there was only a tiny, distant black line of them, Christopher said, "I think we can go now." They began to creep downstairs, still in the cloud of invisibility. The distant line of Gabriel's troops disappeared before they were 3 stairs down. They went faster, but they were still only halfway down when things began to go wrong. Flames burst out all over the surface of the star. They were malignant-looking green-purple flames, which filled the hall with vile-smelling green smoke. "What is it?" the goddess coughed. "They're using dragon's blood," Christopher said. He meant to sound soothing, but he found he was staring uneasily at those flames. All at once, the pentacle thundered up into a tall, five-pointed fire, 10 feet, 20 feet high. The goddess's invisible hair frizzled. Before they could back up the stairs out of range, the flames had parted, leaning majestically to left and right. Out of the gap, Miss Rosalie stumbled, pulling Flavian by one arm. Following them came Dr. Simonson, dragging a screaming sorceress. Beryl, Christopher thought her name was. By this time he was standing stock still, staring at the utter rout of Gabriel's troops. Singed and wretched and staggering, all the people who had just set off came pouring back through the gap in the flames, and backed away to the sides of the hall with their arms up in front of their faces, coughing in the green smoke. Christopher looked and looked, but he could not see Gabriel DeWitt anywhere among them. As soon as Frederick Parkinson and the last footman had staggered out into the hall, the flames dipped and died, leaving the pink marble and the dome stained green. The pentagram shimmered into little blades of fire burning over blackness. Uncle Rafe came carefully stepping out among the flames. He had a long gun under one arm and what seemed to be a bag in his hand. Christopher was reminded of nothing so much as one of his Chant uncles going shooting over a stubble field. Probably it was Uncle Rafe's freckled tweeds which put that into his mind. Rather sadly, He wished he had known more about people when he first met Uncle Rafe. He had a foxy, shoddy look. Christopher knew he would never admire someone like Uncle Rafe now. "Would you like me to throw a marble washstand at him?" whispered the goddess. "Wait, I think he's an enchanter too," Christopher whispered back. "Christopher!" shouted Uncle Rafe. The green dome rang with it. "Christopher, where are you hiding? I can feel you near. Come out, or you'll regret it." Reluctantly, Christopher parted the invisibility around himself and stepped to the middle of the staircase. "What happened to Gabriel DeWitt?" he said. Uncle Rafe laughed. "This." He threw the bag he was carrying so that it spread and skidded to a stop at the foot of the stairs. Christopher stared down, rather as he had stared down at Takroy, at a long, limp, transparent shape that was unquestionably Gabriel DeWitt's. "That's his 8th life, there," said Uncle Rafe. "I did that with those weapons you brought me from Series 1, Christopher. This one works a treat." He patted the gun under his arm. "I spread the rest of his lives out all over the related worlds. He won't trouble us again. And the other weapons you brought me work even better." He gave his moustache a sly tweak and grinned up at Christopher. "I had them all set up to meet DeWitt's folk and took the magic out of them in a twinkling. None of them can cast a spell to save their lives now. So there's nothing to stop us working together just like the old days. You are still working for me, aren't you, Christopher?" "No," said Christopher, and stood there expecting to have his remaining lives blasted in all directions next second. Uncle Rafe only laughed. "Yes, you are, stupid boy. You're unmasked. All these people standing here know you were my main carrier now. You have to work with me or go to prison, and I'm moving into this castle with you to make sure of you." There was a long, warbling cry from behind Christopher. A ginger streak shot downstairs past him. Uncle Rafe stared, saw his danger, and made to raise his gun. But Throgmorton was almost on him by then. Uncle Rafe realized he had no time to shoot, and prudently vanished instead in a spiral of green steam. All Throgmorton got of him was a 3-cornered piece of tweed with some blood on it. He stood in a frustrated arch on the blackened pentacle, spitting his rage. Christopher raced down the stairs. "Shut all the doors!" he shouted to the stunned, staring castle people. "Don't let Throgmorton out of the hall. I want him on guard to stop Uncle Rafe coming back." "Don't be stupid!" the goddess shouted, galloping after him, visible to everyone. "Throgmorton's a temple cat. He understands speech. Just ask him." Christopher wished he had known that before. Since it was too late to do anything much about anything else, he knelt on the greenishly charred floor and spoke to Throgmorton. "Can you guard this pentacle, please, and make sure Uncle Rafe doesn't come back? You know Uncle Rafe wanted to cut you to pieces. Well, you can cut him to pieces if he shows up again." "Wong!" Throgmorton agreed, with his tail lashing enthusiastically. He sat himself down at one point of the star and stared fixedly at it, as still as if he were watching a giant mouse-hole. Malice oozed out of every hair of him. It was clear Uncle Rafe would not get past Throgmorton in a hurry. Christopher stood up to find himself and the goddess inside a ring of Gabriel's dejected helpers. Most of them were staring at the goddess. "This is my friend, Millie," he said. "Pleased to meet you," Flavian said wanly. Dr. Simonson swept Flavian aside. "Well, what are we going to do now?" he said. "Gabriel's gone, and we're left with this brat, who turns out to be the little crook I always suspected he was, and not a spell to rub together between us. What I say—" "We must inform the minister," said Mr. Wilkinson, the librarian. "Now, wait a moment," said Miss Rosalie. "The minister's only a minor warlock, and Christopher said he wasn't working for the Wraith any more." "That child would say anything," said Dr. Simonson. In their usual way, they were behaving as if Christopher was not there. He beckoned to the goddess and backed out from among them, leaving them crowded around Miss Rosalie, arguing. "What are we doing?" the goddess asked. "Getting Takroy out before they think of stopping us," said Christopher. "After that, I want to make sure Throgmorton catches Uncle Rafe, even if it's the last thing I do." They found Takroy sitting dejectedly by the table in an empty little room. From the tumbled look of the camp bed in the corner, Takroy had not managed to get much sleep that night. The door of the room was half open, and at first sight there seemed no reason why Takroy did not simply walk out. But now the goddess had made it clear to Christopher what witch sight was. All he had to do was look at the room the way he looked at the place between to understand why Takroy stayed where he was. There were strands of spell across the doorway. The floor was knee-deep in more, criss-crossed all over. Takroy himself was inside a perfect mass of other spells, intricately knotted over him, particularly around his head. "You were right about it needing two of us," the goddess said. "You do him, and I'll go and look for a broom and do the rest." Christopher pushed through the spells over the door and waded through the others until he reached Takroy. Takroy did not look up. Perhaps he could not even see Christopher or hear him. Christopher began gently picking the spells undone, rather in the way you untie a mass of tight knots around a parcel, and because it was so boring and fiddly, he talked to Takroy while he worked. He talked all the time the goddess was gone. Naturally, most of what he told him was about that cricket match. "You missed that deliberately, didn't you?" he said. "Were you afraid I'd give you away?" Takroy gave no sign of having heard, but as Christopher went on to tell him the way Miss Rosalie batted and how bad Flavian was, the hard, tired lines of his face gradually smoothed out behind the strands of spell, and he grew more like the Takroy Christopher knew from the place between. "So thanks to you teaching me, we won by 2 runs, Christopher was saying, when the goddess reappeared with the broom Miss Rosalie used to chase Throgmorton with, and started sweeping the room spells into heaps as if they were cobwebs. Takroy almost smiled. Christopher told him who the goddess was, and then explained what had just happened in the hall. The smile clouded away from Takroy's face. He said, a little thickly, "Then I rather wasted my time trying to keep you out of it, didn't I?" "Not really," said Christopher, wrestling with a spell knot above Takroy's left ear. The bitter lines came back to Takroy's face. "Don't run away with the idea that I'm a knight in shining armour," he said. "I knew what was in most of those parcels." "The mermaids?" Christopher asked. It was the most important question he had ever asked. "Not till afterwards," Takroy admitted. "But you notice I didn't stop when I knew. When I first met you, I would have reported you quite cheerfully to Gabriel DeWitt if you hadn't been so small. And I knew Gabriel had some kind of a trap set up in Series 10 that time you lost a life. I just hadn't expected it would be that lethal, and—" "Stow it, Takroy," said Christopher. "Takroy?" said Takroy. "Is that my spirit name?" When Christopher nodded, concentrating on the knot, Takroy muttered, "Well, that's one less hold they have." Then, as the goddess, having dealt with the room spells, came and leaned on her broom, watching his face as Christopher worked, he said, "You'll know me again, young lady." The goddess nodded. "You're like Christopher and me, aren't you? There's a part of you that's somewhere else." Takroy's face flushed a sudden red. Christopher could feel sweat on it under his fingers. Very surprised, he asked, Where is the rest of you?" He saw Takroy's eyes swivel towards his imploringly. "Series 11. Don't ask any more. Don't ask me," he said. "Under these spells I'd have to tell you, and then we'd all catch it." He sounded so desperate that Christopher considerately did not ask any more, though he could not resist exchanging a look with the goddess, and worked until he got that knot undone at last. It proved to be the key knot. The rest of the spell at once fell away in dissolving strands around Takroy's handmade boots. Takroy stood up stiffly and stretched. "Thanks," he said. "What a relief! You can't imagine how vile it feels having a net bag around your spirit. What now?" "Start running," said Christopher. "Do you want me to break the spells around the grounds for you?" Takroy's arms stopped in the middle of a stretch. "Now you stow it," he said. "From what you said, there's no one apart from you two youngsters and me in this castle with any magic worth speaking of, and your uncle could come back any minute. And you expect me just to walk out?" "Well," Christopher began. But at that moment, Miss Rosalie came in with Dr. Simonson and most of the rest of Gabriel's staff crowding behind her. "Why, Mordecai," she said brightly, "do I actually hear you uttering a noble sentiment?" Takroy took his arms down and folded them. "Strictly practical," he said. "You know me, Rosalie. Have you come to lock me up again? I can't see you doing it without your magic, but you're welcome to try." Miss Rosalie drew herself up to a majestic 5 feet. "I wasn't coming to see you at all," she said. "We were looking for Christopher. Christopher, we're going to have to ask you to take over as the next Chrestomanci, at least for the moment. The government will probably appoint some other enchanter in the end, but this is such a crisis. Do you think you can do it, dear?" They were all staring at Christopher appealingly, even Dr. Simonson. Christopher wanted to laugh. "You knew I'd have to," he said. "And I will on 2 conditions. I want Mordecai Roberts set free and not arrested again afterwards, and I want the Millie as my chief helper, and she's to be paid by being sent to boarding school." "Anything you want, dear," Miss Rosalie said hastily. "Good," said Christopher. "Then let's go back to the hall." In the hall, people were gathering dejectedly under the green-stained dome. The butler was there, and 2 men in cook's hats, and the housekeeper with most of the maids and footmen. "Tell them to get the gardeners and the stable people, too," Christopher said, and went to look at the 5-pointed star where Throgmorton sat watching. By screwing up his eyes and forcing his witch sight to its utmost, he could see a tiny round space in the middle of the star, a sort of ghostly mouse-hole, which Throgmorton never took his eyes off. Throgmorton had quite impressive magic. On the other hand, Throgmorton would be only too pleased if Uncle Rafe came back. "How do we stop someone coming through?" Christopher asked. Takroy ran to a cupboard under the staircase and came back with an armful of queer candles in star-shaped holders. He showed Christopher and the goddess where to put them and what words to say. Then he had Christopher stand back and conjure all the candles to flame. Takroy was, Christopher realized, among other things, a fully trained magician. As the candles flared up, Throgmorton's tail twitched scornfully. "The cat's right," Takroy said. "This would stop most people, but with the amount of dragon's blood your uncle has stored away, he could break through any time he wants." "Then we'll catch him when he does," Christopher said. He knew what he would do himself if he knew Throgmorton was lying in wait, and he was fairly sure Uncle Rafe would do the same. He suspected their minds worked the same way. If he was right, it would take Uncle Rafe a little time to get ready. By this time, quite a crowd of people had come into the hall through the big front door, where they were standing clutching their caps and awkwardly brushing earth off their boots. Christopher went to stand a little way up the staircase, looking down on the long, limp remains of Gabriel DeWitt and everyone's faces, anxious and depressed, lit half by greenish daylight from the stained dome and half by the flames of the strange candles. He knew just what needed saying, and he was surprised to find he was enjoying himself hugely. He shouted, "Hands up, everyone who can do magic!" Most of the gardeners' hands went up, and so did a couple of the stable lads. When he looked at the indoor people, he saw the butler's hand was up and one of the cook's. There was the boot boy who had worked the scoreboard and 3 of the maids, one of whom was Erica. Takroy's hand was up, and so was the goddess's. Everyone else was looking at the floor dismally. Christopher shouted, "Now, hands up anyone who can do woodwork or metalwork." Quite a number of the dismal people put their hands up, looking surprised. Dr. Simonson was one, Flavian was another. All the stable people had their hands up, and the gardeners too. Good. Now all they needed was encouragement. "Right," said Christopher. "We've got 2 things to do. We've got to keep my uncle out of here until we're ready to catch him, and we've got to get Gabriel DeWitt back." The second thing made everyone murmur with surprise, and then with hope. Christopher knew he had been right to say it, even though he was not sure it could be done, and as far as his own feelings went, Gabriel could stay in 8 limp pieces for the rest of both their lives. He found he was enjoying himself more than ever. "That's what I said," he said. "My uncle didn't kill Gabriel. He just scattered all his lives. We'll have to find them and put them together. But first—" He looked at the greened glass of the dome and the chandelier that hung from it on its long chain. "I want a birdcage thing made, big enough to cover the pentacle, and hung from there, so that it can be triggered by a spell to come down over anything that tries to get through." He pointed to Dr. Simonson. "You're in charge of making it. Collect everyone who can do woodwork and metalwork, but make sure some of them can do magic too. I want it reinforced with spells to stop anyone breaking out of it." Dr. Simonson's beard began to jut in a proud, responsible way. He gave a slightly mocking bow. "It shall be done." Christopher supposed he deserved that. The way he was behaving would have had the last governess accusing him of having a swelled head. But then he was beginning to suspect that he worked best when he was feeling bumptious. He was annoyed with the last governess for stopping him realizing this before. "But before anyone starts on the birdcage," he said, "the spells around the grounds need reinforcing, or my uncle will try to bring the Wraith organization in that way. I want everyone except Mordecai and Millie to go all around the fences and walls and hedges, casting every spell they can think of that will keep people out." That made a mixed murmur. Gardeners and housemaids looked at one another doubtfully. One of the gardener's hands went up. "Mr. McClintock, head gardener," he announced himself. "I'm not questioning your wisdom, lad. Just wishing to explain that our specialty is growing things, green fingers and the like, and not any too much to do with defence." "But you can grow cactuses and bushes with long spines and 10-foot nettles and so on, can't you?" Christopher said. Mr. McClintock nodded, with a porky sort of grin. "Aye, thistles too, and poison ivy." This emboldened the cook to put his hand up. "Je suis chef de cuisine," he said. "A cook only. My magic is with the good food." "I bet you can reverse it," said Christopher. "Go and poison the walls. Or if you can't, hang rotten steaks and mouldy soufflés on them." "Not since my student days have I—" the cook began indignantly, but this seemed to bring back memories to him. A wistful look came over his face, which was followed by a gleeful grin. "I will try," he said. Now Erica's hand was up. "If you please," she said, "me and Sally and Bertha can only really do little things, charms and sendings and the like." "Well, go and do them, as many as you can," Christopher said. "A wall is built brick by brick after all." That expression pleased him. He caught the goddess's eye. "If you can't think what charms to work, consult my assistant, Millie. She's full of ideas." The goddess grinned. So did the boot boy. From the look on his face, he was full of appalling notions which he could hardly wait to try. Christopher watched the boot boy troop out with the gardeners, the cook and the maids, and rather envied him. He beckoned Flavian over. "Flavian, there's still loads of magic I don't know. Would you mind standing by to teach me things as they come up?" "Well, Flavian gave an embarrassed, sideways look at Takroy, leaning on the banisters below Christopher. "Mordecai could do that just as well." "Yes, but I'm going to need him to go into trances and look for Gabriel's lives," said Christopher. "Are you indeed?" said Takroy. "And Gabriel's going to burst into tears of joy when he sees me, isn't he?" "I'll go with you," said Christopher. "Quite like old times," said Takroy. "Gabriel's going to burst into tears when he sees you, too. What it is to be loved." His eyes flickered over at Miss Rosalie. "If only I had my young lady who plays the harp now." "Don't be absurd, Mordecai," said Miss Rosalie. "You shall have everything you need. What do you want the rest of us to do, Christopher? Mr. Wilkinson and I are no good at woodwork, and nor are Beryl and Yolande." "You can act as advisers," said Christopher. The next 24 hours were the busiest Christopher had ever spent. They held a council of war in Gabriel's twilight office, where Christopher discovered that some of the dark panels rolled back to connect it with the rooms on either side. Christopher had the desks and the typewriting machines shoved to the walls and turned the whole space into one big operations room. It was much lighter like that, and became more and more crowded and busy as the various plans were set up. There were, everyone told Christopher, many different ways of divining whether a living person was present in a world. Mr. Wilkinson had whole lists of methods. It was agreed that they try to use these to narrow down Takroy's search for Gabriel. One of every kind was set up, but since nobody was sure if Gabriel's separated lives quite counted as alive, they all had to be set to maximum strength, and it turned out that, apart from Christopher, only the goddess had strong enough magic to activate them and tune them from series to series. But anyone could watch them. The room was soon full of tense helpers, staring into globes, mirrors, pools of mercury or ink, and spare sheets coated with liquid crystal, while the goddess was kept busy adjusting the various spells and making a chart in her foreign writing of the readings from all the devices. Miss Rosalie insisted that the Council of War should also decide how to tell the Ministry what was going on, but that never did get decided, because Christopher kept getting called away. First, Dr. Simonson called him down to the hall to explain how they planned to make the birdcage. Dr. Simonson was taking it much more seriously than Christopher expected. "It's highly unorthodox," he said, "but who cares, so long as it catches our man." Christopher was halfway upstairs again when the butler came to tell Christopher that they had done all they could think of to defend the grounds, and would Master Christopher come and see? So Christopher went, and marvelled. The main gates and the other smaller ones were hung with curses and dripping poison. Brambles with 6-inch thorns had been grown along the walls, while the hedges put Christopher in mind of Sleeping Beauty's castle, so high and thick with thorns, nettles, and poison weeds were they. 10-foot thistles and giant cactus guarded the fences, and every single weak place had been booby-trapped by the boot boy. He demonstrated, using his pet ferret, how anything that stepped here would become a caterpillar, or here would sink into bottomless sewage, or here would be seized by giant lobster claws, or here... Anyway, he had made 19 booby-traps, each one nastier than the last. Christopher ran back to the castle, thinking that if they did manage to get Gabriel back, he would have to ask him to promote the boot boy. He was too good to waste on boots. Back in the operations room, he had a set of magic mirrors set up, each focused on a different part of the defences, so that they would know at once if anyone tried to attack. Flavian was just showing him how to activate the spells painted on the backs of the mirrors, when it was the housekeeper's turn to interrupt. "Master Christopher, this castle isn't supplied to stand a siege. How am I to get the butcher and the baker and the milk through? There's a lot of mouths to feed here." Christopher had to make a list of when the deliveries arrived, so that he and the goddess could conjure them through at the right moment. The goddess pinned it up beside the mirror watch rota, the divining charts, the duty rota, the patrol rota. The wall was getting covered with lists. In the midst of all this, two ladies called Yolanda and Beryl, whom Christopher still could not tell apart, sat themselves down at the typewriters and started to clatter away. "We may not be sorceresses any longer," said Beryl, "unless she was Yolanda. But that doesn't stop us trying to keep the usual business running. We can deal with urgent inquiries or advice, at least." Shortly, they were calling Christopher away, too. "The trouble is," Yolanda, unless her name was Beryl, confessed, "Gabriel usually signs all the letters. We don't think you should forge his signature, but we wondered if you simply wrote Chrestomanci before you conjure the mailbag down to the post office for us," Beryl, or maybe Yolanda, added. They showed Christopher how to set the sign of a 9-lifed enchanter on the word Chrestomanci, to protect it from being used against him in witchcraft. Christopher had great fun developing a dashing style of signature, sizzling with the enchanter's mark that kept it safe even from Uncle Rafe. It occurred to him then that he was enjoying himself more than he had ever done in his life. Papa had been right. He really was cut out to be the next Chrestomanci. But suppose he hadn't been, Christopher thought, making another sizzling signature. It was simply luck that he was. Well then, he thought, something could have been done about it. There had been no need at all to feel trapped. Someone called him from the other end of the room then. "I think I've got much the most restful job." Takroy laughed up at him from the couch in the middle, where he was preparing to go into his first trance. They had agreed that Takroy should try a whole lot of short trances to cover as many worlds as possible, and Miss Rosalie had agreed to play the harp for him, despite not having any magic. She was sitting on the end of the couch. As Christopher passed, Takroy shut his eyes, and Miss Rosalie struck a sweet, rippling chord. Takroy's eyes shot open. "For crying out loud, woman! Are you trying to clog my spirit in toffee or something? Don't you know any reasonable music?" "As I remember, you always object to anything I play," Miss Rosalie retorted, "so I shall play something I like, regardless." "I hate your taste in music," Takroy snarled. "Calm down, or you won't go into a trance. I don't want to have sore fingers for nothing," Miss Rosalie snapped. They reminded Christopher of something, of someone. He looked back on his way over to the pool of ink where Flavian was beckoning. Takroy and Miss Rosalie were staring at each other, both making sure the other knew their feelings were deeply hurt. Who have I seen look like that before? Christopher wondered. Underneath, he could tell, Takroy and Miss Rosalie were longing to stop being rude to one another, but both too proud to make the first move. Who was that like? As Christopher bent over the pool of ink, he got it. Papa and Mamma! They had been exactly the same. When the pool of ink was showing World C in Series 8, Christopher went back past Miss Rosalie, staring stormily ahead and playing a jig, to where Yolande and Beryl were typing. "Can I send someone an official letter of my own?" he asked. "Just dictate," Yolande, or possibly Beryl, said, with her fingers on the keys. Christopher gave her Dr. Pawson's address. "Dear Sir," he said, in the way all the letters he had signed went, "this office would be obliged if you would divine the whereabouts of Mr. Cosimo Chant, last heard of in Japan, and forward his address to Mrs. Miranda Chant, last heard of living in Kensington." Blushing a bit, he asked, "Will that do?" "For Dr. Pawson," Beryl, or perhaps Yolande, said, "you have to add, 'The customary fee will be forwarded.' Dr. Pawson never works without a fee. I'll put the request through accounts for you. Mr. Wilkinson needs you at the Quicksilver Bowl now." While Christopher rushed back across the room, the goddess remembered that Proudfoot the kitten would be starving by then. He conjured her from the tower room, scarf, bottle and all. One of the helpers ran for milk. It took a while. Proudfoot, impatient with the delay, opened eyes like two chips of sapphire and glared blearily around. "Meow," she demanded, from an astonishingly wide pink mouth. Even when an ordinary kitten opens its eyes for the first time, it is a remarkable moment. Since Proudfoot was an Usheth Temple cat, the effect was startling. She suddenly had a personality at least as strong as Throgmorton's, except that it seemed to be just the opposite. She was passed from hand to hand for people to take turns at cooing over her and feeding her. Flavian was so besotted with her that he would not let go of her until Takroy came out of his trance, very dejected, because he had not been able to sense Gabriel in any of the 3 worlds he had visited. Flavian gave him Proudfoot to cheer him up. Takroy put her under his chin and purred at her, but Miss Rosalie took her away in order to give Takroy a strong cup of tea instead, and then spent the next half-hour doting on Proudfoot herself. All this devotion seemed to Christopher to be unfair to Throgmorton. He went out on the stairs to see if Throgmorton was all right, where he paused for a moment, struck with how different it all was. The green from the dragon's blood was fading, but there was still quite a greenish tinge in the light from the dome. Under it, Dr. Simonson, Frederick Parkinson, and a crowd of helpers were sawing, hammering, and welding in their shirt-sleeves. The hall was littered with timber, tools, and metal rods, and more helpers were constantly bringing further wood and tools in through the open front door. Various people sat on the stairs drinking cups of tea while they waited to take a turn in front of the divining spells. If someone had told Christopher a week ago that Chrestomanci Castle would look like a rather disorderly workshop, he would never have believed him, he thought. The candles were still burning, flaring sideways in the draught from the front door, and there, in the blackened pentacle, Throgmorton sat like a statue, staring fiercely at his Uncle Rafe mousehole. Christopher was glad to see that he was surrounded by all that a cat could desire. An earth tray, a bowl of milk, saucers of fish, a plate of meat and a chicken wing had been carefully pushed between the candle holders to the edges of the star. But Throgmorton was ignoring it all. It was clear no one had liked to disturb Gabriel's life. It was still lying on the floor where Uncle Rafe had thrown it, limp and transparent. Someone had carefully fenced it off with black rope tied around 4 chairs from the library. Christopher stared down at it. No wonder Takroy couldn't find anything, and none of the divining spells showed anything, if all the lives were like this, he was thinking, when one of the gardeners ran in through the front door and waved at him urgently. "Can you come and look?" he panted. "We don't know if it's the Wraith or not. There's hundreds of them all around the grounds in fancy dress like." "I'll look in the mirrors," Christopher called back. He raced back into the operations room to the magic mirrors. The one trained on the main gate was giving a perfect view of the peculiar soldiers staring through the bars. They wore tunics and silver masks, and they were all carrying spears. Christopher's stomach jumped nastily at the sight. He turned around and looked at the goddess. She was white. "It's the arm of Asheth," she whispered. "They found me." "I'll go and make sure they can't get in," Christopher said. He ran back down the stairs and through the hall, and then out into the grounds with the gardener. On the lawn, Mr. McClintock was lining up all the rest of the outside workers and making sure each of them had a billhook or a sharp hoe. "I'm not letting any of those heathen bodies into my gardens," he said. "Yes, but those spears are deadly. You'll have to keep everyone out of throwing range," Christopher said. He felt a sharp, stabbing pain in his chest just at the thought. He went around the grounds with Mr. McClintock, as near as they dared to the fences and walls. The soldiers of the arm of Asheth were just standing outside, as if the spells were keeping them out. But to be on the safe side, Christopher doubled the strength of each one as he came to it. The distant glimpses he got of silver masks and spear points made him feel ill. As he turned and hurried back to the castle, he realized that he was not enjoying himself any longer. He felt weak and young and anxious. Uncle Rafe was one thing, but he knew he just did not know how to deal with the arm of Asheth. If only Gabriel was here, he found himself thinking. Gabriel knew all about the Temple of Asheth. Probably he could have sent the soldiers away with one cool, dry word. And then, Christopher thought, he'd punish me for hiding the goddess here when he told me not to. But even that would be worth it. He went back through the hall, where the birdcage was only a pile of sawed wood and 3 bent rods. He knew it would be nothing like ready by the night, and Uncle Rafe was bound to try to come back tonight. Past Gabriel's limp, fenced-off life he went, and up the stairs into the operations room, to find Takroy coming out of another trance, shaking his head dismally. The goddess was white and trembling, and everyone else was exasperated, because none of the various shadows and flickers in the divining spells seemed to be anything to do with Gabriel. "I think I'd better conjure out a telegram to the ministry to send in the army," Christopher said dejectedly. "You'll do no such thing," snapped Miss Rosalie. She made Christopher and the goddess sit beside Takroy on the couch, and made them all drink the hot, sweet tea that Erica had just brought in. "Now listen, Christopher," she said. "If you let the ministry know what's happened to Gabriel, they'll insist on sending some adult enchanter to take over, and he won't be the slightest good, because his magic won't be as strong as yours. You're the only 9-lifed enchanter left. We need you to put Gabriel back together when we find him. You're the only one who can. And it's not as if the arm of Asheth can get into the grounds, is it?" "No, I doubled the spells," Christopher said. "Good," said Miss Rosalie. "Then we're no worse off than we were. I didn't argue all this through with Dr. Simonson just to have you let me down, Christopher. We'll find Gabriel before long, and then everything will be all right, you'll see." "Mother Proudfoot always says the darkest hour is before the dawn," the goddess put in, but she did not say it as if she believed it. As if to prove Mother Proudfoot right, Christopher was just finishing his tea when Flavian cried out, "Oh, I understand now!" Flavian was sitting at the big dark desk, trying to make sense of all the shadows and flickers showing up on the divining spells. All the people sitting slumped around the operations room sat up and looked at him hopefully. "It's taking Gabriel's lives a long time to settle," Flavian said. "There are clear signs of one drifting about Series 9 and another in Series 2, but neither of them have come down into a world yet. I think we may find that the rest of them are still floating about the world edge if we retune all the spells." Takroy jumped up and came to look over Flavian's shoulder. "You may be right at that," he said. "The one time I thought I caught a whiff of Gabriel was on the world edge near Series 1. Does anything show up there?" The world edge meant the place between, Christopher thought, as he hurried with the goddess to adjust all the divining apparatus. "I can go and climb about there and bring them in," he said. There was an instant outcry against him. "No," said Flavian. "I'm still your tutor, and I forbid it." "We need you here to deal with your uncle," Takroy said. "You can't leave me here with the arm of Asheth," said the goddess. "Besides, what happens if you lose another life?" "Exactly," said Miss Rosalie. "Your last life is shut in the safe under charms only Gabriel can break. You daren't risk losing another one. We'll just have to wait until the lives settle. Then we can set up a properly guarded gate and send you through to collect them." With even the goddess against him, Christopher gave in for the moment. He knew he could always sneak off to the place between if he needed to. Just now, Uncle Rafe was more important than Gabriel, and probably more of a danger even than the arm of Asheth. He arranged watches and patrols for the night, with Takroy and Mr. McClintock. They had supper camped about the hall and up the stairs, under the ladders and planks Dr. Simonson was using to lower the chandelier. At this stage, the birdcage was still only a collection of metal hoops and wooden rods. The cooks carried cauldrons and casseroles to Dr. Simonson's team as they worked, so that they could carry on until the daylight failed, but Christopher knew they were not going to get it finished that day. Throgmorton came off duty long enough to eat a plate of caviar to strengthen him for the night's work. Proudfoot was taken to the kitchen for safety, to be doted on there, and everyone settled down tensely for the night. Christopher had arranged the watches so that there was always a mixture of able-bodied people with ones that still had magic. He took the first watch himself. The goddess took the next one. Christopher was asleep in the library next to Frederick Parkinson when something happened in the middle of the goddess's watch. The goddess was panting and flustered, and said she was sure Uncle Rafe had tried to come through the pentacle. "I conjured him away," she kept saying. There was certainly a wild hullabaloo from Throgmorton. But by the time Christopher got there, all he saw was a wisp of steam rising from the invisible mousehole, and Throgmorton pacing around it like a frustrated tiger. Oddly enough, there was no smell of dragon's blood. It looked as if Uncle Rafe had either been testing their defences or trying to deceive them about his plans. The real attack came just before dawn, when Takroy and the boot-boy were on watch. And it came from outside the castle grounds. Bells rang all over the castle, showing that the spells had been breached. As Christopher pelted across the dewy lawn, he thought that the screams, yells and clangs coming from the walls would have woken everyone, even if the bells had not rung. Again, he got there too late. He arrived to find Takroy and the boot-boy furiously chanting spells to fill 2 gaps in Mr. McClintock's vast, spiny hedge. He could dimly see a few figures in silver armour milling about beyond the gaps. Christopher hastily reinforced the spells for all he was worth. "What happened?" he panted. "The Wraith seems to have walked into the arm of Asheth," Takroy said, shivering in the early mist. "It's an ill wind." While the gardeners hurried up with cactuses to fill the gaps and the boot-boy booby-trapped them, he said he thought that a small army of the Wraith's men had tried to break into the grounds. But the arm of Asheth must have thought the Wraith was attacking them and accidentally defended the castle. At all events, the attackers had run for their lives. Christopher sniffed the reek of dragon's blood in the mist and thought Takroy was certainly right. By the time he got back to the castle, it was light enough for Dr. Simonson and his helpers to be hard at work again. Flavian was stumbling about the operations room, pale and yawning from having been up all night. "I was right about Gabriel's lives," he said jubilantly. "They're all settling down into the related worlds. I've got 6 of them more or less pinpointed now, though I can't spot the 7th at all yet. I suggest you go and collect those 6 anyway, as soon as they've finished that lobster pot of yours." The lobster pot, as everyone came to call it, was hoisted triumphantly up into the air above the pentacle soon after breakfast. Christopher jumped into the star himself to test it. The spell tripped just as it was supposed to, and the cage came crashing down around him. Throgmorton looked up irritably. Christopher grinned and tried to conjure the thing away. It would not budge. He rattled the flimsy bars with his hands and tried to heave up one edge, but he could not budge it that way either. In something of a panic, he realized that the thing was impossible to get out of, even though he had set most of the spells on it himself. "Your face was rather a study," the goddess said with a weak chuckle. "You should have seen the relief on it when they hauled it up again." The goddess was not at all happy. She was pale and nervous, in spite of trying to joke. "She has only one life," Christopher reminded himself, "and the arm of Ashith is waiting outside for her." "Why don't you come with me to collect Gabriel's lives?" he said. "It will puzzle the arm of Ashith no end if you start hopping from world to world." "Oh, may I?" the goddess said gladly. "I feel so responsible." There had been much discussion, some of it very learned, among Flavian, Beryl, Yolande, and Mr. Wilkinson about how to collect Gabriel's lives. Christopher had no idea there were so many ways to send people to different worlds. Miss Rosalie settled it by saying briskly, "We set up a gate here in this room and send Mordecai into a trance with a spirit trace so that we can focus the gate on him as soon as he finds a Gabriel. Then Christopher and Millie go through and persuade the Gabriel that he's needed at the castle. What could be simpler?" Many things could have been simpler, Christopher thought, as he and the goddess worked on the complex magics of the gate to Flavian's endless, patient instructions. He felt slow and reluctant anyway. Even though only Gabriel could give him his 9th life back, even though Gabriel was desperately needed, Christopher did not want him back. All the fun would end then. Everything in the castle would go quiet and respectable and grown up again. Only the fact that he always liked working on magic that really did something kept Christopher working properly on the gate. When it was finished, the gate looked simple indeed. It was a tall, square frame of metal, with 2 mirrors sloping together to make a triangle at the back of it. No one would know, to look at it, how difficult it had been to do. Christopher left Takroy lying on the couch with the little blue blob of the spirit trace on his forehead, and went, rather moodily, to conjure the baker's cart into the castle grounds. "This is the last time they'll let me do this," he thought, as the arm of Ashith angrily shook their spears at the baker. When he came back, Takroy was pale and still and covered with blankets, and Miss Rosalie was gently playing her harp. "There he is in the gate," Flavian said. The 2 mirrors had become one slightly misty picture of somewhere in Series 1. Christopher could see a line of the great pylons that carried the ring trains stretching away into the distance. Takroy was standing under the nearest one, wearing the green suit Christopher knew so well. It must be what Takroy's spirit always wore. The spirit had its hands spread out frustratedly. "Something seems to be wrong," Flavian said. Everyone jumped when the body lying on the couch spoke suddenly in a strange, husky voice. "I had him," Takroy's body said. "He was watching the trains. He was just telling me he could invent a better train. Then he simply vanished. What do I do?" "Go and try for the Gabriel in Series 2, Miss Rosalie said, plucking a rippling, soothing tune. "It'll take a moment," Takroy's body croaked. The picture in the gate vanished. Christopher imagined Takroy scrambling and wafting through the place between. Everyone around him wondered anxiously what had gone wrong. "Maybe Gabriel's lives just don't trust Mordecai," Flavian suggested. The mirrors combined into a picture again. This time they all saw Gabriel's life. It was standing on a hump-backed bridge, gazing down into the river below. It was surprisingly frail and bent and old, so old that Christopher realized that the Gabriel he knew was nothing like as elderly as he had thought. Takroy's spirit was there too, edging gently up the hump of the bridge towards Gabriel's life, for all the world like Throgmorton stalking a big black bird. Gabriel did not seem to see Takroy. He did not look around, but his bent black figure was suddenly not there any more. There was only Takroy on the bridge, staring at the place where Gabriel had been. "That one went too," Takroy's body uttered from the couch. "What is this?" "Hold it," Flavian whispered, and ran to check the nearest divining spells. "Stay there a moment, Mordecai," Miss Rosalie said gently. In the mirrors, Takroy's spirit leaned its elbows on the bridge and tried to look patient. "I don't believe this!" Flavian cried out. "Everyone check, quickly! All the lives seem to be disappearing. Better call Mordecai back, Rosalie, or he'll waste his strength for nothing." There was a rush for the crystals, bowls, mirrors, and scrying pools. Miss Rosalie swept both hands across her harp, and inside the gate, Takroy's spirit looked up, looked surprised, and vanished as suddenly as Gabriel's life. Miss Rosalie leaned over and watched anxiously as Takroy's body stirred. Colour flooded back to his face. His eyes opened. "What's going on?" he said, pushing the blankets back. "We've no idea," said Miss Rosalie. "All the Gabriels are disappearing." "No, they're not," Flavian called excitedly. "They're all collecting into a bunch, and they're coming this way, the lot of them." There was a tense half-hour, during which everyone's hopes and fears seesawed. Since Christopher's hopes and fears on the whole went the opposite way to everyone else's, he thought he could not have borne it without Proudfoot the kitten. Erica brought Proudfoot with her when she hurried in with a tray of tea to restore Takroy. Proudfoot became very busy taking her first long walk all the way under Gabriel's black desk, with her string of a tail whipping about for balance. She was something much better to watch than the queer clots and whirls that Gabriel's lives made as they drifted steadily towards Series 12. Christopher was watching Proudfoot when Flavian said, "Oh dear," and turned away from the scrying pool. "What's the matter?" he asked. Flavian's shoulders drooped. He tore off his tight, crumpled collar and threw it on the floor. "All the lives have stopped," he said. "They're faint, but certain. They're in Series 11, I'm afraid. I think that was where the 7th life was all along. So much for our hopes." "Why?" said Christopher. "Nobody can get there, dear," said Miss Rosalie. She looked as if she might cry. "At least, nobody ever comes back from there if they do." Christopher looked at Takroy. Takroy had gone pale. Paler even than when he was in a trance. He was the colour of milk, with a dash of coffee in it. Here was the perfect excuse to stop looking for Gabriel. Christopher expected to have a short struggle with himself. He quite took himself by surprise when he stood up straight away. He did not even have to think that the goddess had also heard Takroy confess that part of himself was in Series 11. "Takroy," he said. He knew it was important to call Takroy by his spirit name. "Takroy, come to that empty office for a moment. I have to talk to you." Slowly and reluctantly, Takroy stood up. Miss Rosalie said sharply, "Mordecai, you look ill. Do you want me to come with you?" "No," Takroy and Christopher said together. Takroy sat on the edge of a desk in the empty office and put his face in his hands. Christopher was sorry for him. He had to remind himself that he and Takroy were the ones who had brought Uncle Rafe the weapon which had blown Gabriel's lives apart, before he could say, "I've got to ask you." "I know that," Takroy said. "So what is it about Series 11? said Christopher. Takroy raised his head. "Put the strongest spell of silence and privacy around us that you can," he said. Christopher did so, even more fiercely than he had done for Miss Bell and Mamma. It was so extreme that he went numb and could hardly feel to scrape out the centre of the spell so that he and Takroy could hear one another. When he had done it, he was fairly sure that even someone standing just beside them could not have overheard a word. But Takroy shrugged. "They can probably hear us anyway," he said. "Their magic's nothing like ours. And they have my soul, you see. They know most of what I do from that, and what they don't know I have to go and report to them in spirit. You saw me going there once. They summoned me to a place near Covent Garden." "Your soul?" said Christopher. "Yes," Takroy said bitterly. "The part that makes you the person you are. With you, it's the part that carries on from life to life. Mine was detached from me when I was born, as it is with all 11 people. They kept it there when they sent me here to 12 as a baby." Christopher stared at Takroy. He had always known that Takroy did not look quite like other people, with his coffee-coloured skin and curly hair, but he had not thought about it before, because he had met so many stranger people in the Anywheres. "Why did they send you?" he asked. "To be their guinea pig," said Takroy. "The Drite puts someone in another world from time to time when he wants to study it. This time he decided he wanted to study good and evil. So he ordered me to work for Gabriel first, and then for the worst villain he could find, who happened to be your uncle. They don't go by right and wrong in 11. They don't consider themselves human. Or no, I suppose they think they're the only real people, and they study the rest of you like something in a zoo when the Drite happens to feel interested." Christopher could tell from Takroy's voice that he hated the 11 people very deeply. He well understood that. Takroy was even worse off than the goddess. "Who's the Drite?" "King, priest, chief magician," Takroy shrugged. "No, he's not quite any of those. Quite. He's called High Father of the Sept, and he's thousands of years old. He's lived that long because he eats someone's soul whenever his power fails. But he's quite within his rights doing that. All the 11 people and their souls belong to him by 11 law. I belong to him." "What's the law about him fetching himself all Gabriel's lives?" Christopher asked. "That's what he's done, hasn't he?" "I knew he had. As soon as Flavian said Series 11, Takroy said. "I know he's always wanted to study someone with 9 lives. They can't get them in 11, because there's only one world there, not a series. The Drite keeps it down to one world, so he won't have any rivals. And you know your 9 lives came about, don't you? Because all the doubles you might have had in the other worlds in 12 never got born for some reason." "Yes, but what's 11 law about pinching most of an enchanter?" Christopher insisted. "I'm not sure," Takroy confessed. "I'm not sure they have laws like we do. It's probably legal if the Drite can get away with it. They go by pride and appearance and what people do, mostly. Christopher at once resolved that the Drite should not get away with this if he could help it. "I suppose he just waited to see how many lives there were loose and then collected them," he said. "Tell me everything about 11 that you can think of." "Well," said Takroy, "I haven't been there since I was born, but I know they control everything with magic. They have the weather controlled, so that they can live out in the open forest and control what trees grow and where. Food comes when they call, and they don't use fire to cook it. They don't use fire at all. They think you're all savages for using it, and they're just as scornful about the kind of magic all the other worlds use. The only time they think any of you are any good is when one of you is absolutely loyal to a king or chief or someone. They admire people like that, particularly if they cheat and lie out of loyalty." Takroy talked for the next half hour. He talked as if it was a relief for him to tell it at last, but Christopher could see it was a strain, too. Halfway through, when the lines on Takroy's face made him look haggard, Christopher told him to wait and slipped out of the secrecy spell to the door. As he had expected, Miss Rosalie was standing outside, looking more than usually fierce. "Mordecai's worked himself to the bone for you, one way and another," she hissed at him. "What are you doing to him in there?" "Nothing, but he needs something to keep him going," Christopher said. "Could you—" "What do you take me for?" snapped Miss Rosalie. Erica rushed up with a tray almost at once. As well as tea and 2 plates piled high with cakes, there was a tiny bottle of brandy nestling in the corner of the tray. When Christopher carried the tray back inside the spell, Takroy looked at the brandy, grinned, and poured a good dollop of it into his cup of tea. It seemed to revive him as much as the cakes revived Christopher. While they polished off the trayful together, Takroy thought of a whole new set of things to say. One of the things he said was, "If you saw some 11 people without being warned, you might take them for noble savages, but you'd be making a big mistake if you did. They're very, very civilized. As for being noble—" Takroy paused with the cake halfway to his mouth. "Each are 11s," said Christopher. Takroy gave a brief grin at the joke. "Your worlds know about them a bit," he said. "They're the people who gave rise to all the stories about elves. If you think about them like that, cold, unearthly people who go by quite different rules, that will give you some idea. I don't understand them, really, even though I was born one of them." By this time, Christopher knew that getting Gabriel back was going to be the toughest thing he had ever done in his lives. If it was not impossible. "Can you bear to come to 11 with me?" he asked Takroy. "To stop me making mistakes?" "As soon as they realize I've told you, they'll haul me back there anyway," Takroy said. He was very pale again. "And you're in danger for knowing." "In that case," said Christopher, "we'll tell everyone in the castle, and get Yolande and Beryl to type a report to the government about it. The Drite can't kill everyone." Takroy did not look any too sure about this, but he went back with Christopher to the operations room to explain. Naturally, it caused another outcry. 11? Everyone exclaimed. "You can't!" People crowded in from the rest of the castle to tell Christopher he was being a fool and that getting Gabriel back was quite impossible. Dr. Simonson left off making final adjustments to the lobster pot to march upstairs and forbid Christopher to go. Christopher had expected this. "Fudge," he said. "You can catch the Wraith without me now." What he had not expected was that the goddess would wait for the clamour to die down and then announce, "And I'm coming with you." "Why?" said Christopher. "Out of loyalty," the goddess explained. In the Millie books, Millie never let her chums down. There was no accounting for the goddess's obsession, Christopher thought. He suspected she was really afraid to stay where the arm of Asheth could find her on her own, but he did not say so. And if she came along, she would almost double the amount of magic they had between them. Then, on Takroy's advice, he dressed for the journey. "Fur," Takroy said. "The more you wear, the higher your rank." Christopher conjured the tiger-skin rug from the middle saloon, and the goddess cut a hole in it for his head. Miss Rosalie found him a lordly belt with great brass studs in it to go around the middle, while the housekeeper produced a fox fur to wrap around his neck and a mink stole for the goddess. "And it would help to have it hung all over with ornaments," said Takroy. "Not silver ones, remember?" Christopher called, as everyone rushed away to find things. He ended up with 3 gold necklaces and a rope of pearls. Yolan's entire stock of earrings was pinned artfully here and there on the tiger-skin, with Beryl's brooches in between. Around his head he had Miss Rosalie's gold evening belt, with Erica's mother's mourning brooch pinned to the front of it over his forehead. He chinked in a stately way when he moved, rather like the goddess in the temple. The goddess herself merely had a cluster of ostrich feathers at the front of her head and somebody's gold bracelets around the bottom of her Norfolk breeches. They wanted to make it clear that Christopher was the most important one. Takroy stayed just as he was. "They know me," he said. "I have no rank in the sept at all." They shook hands with everyone in the operations room and turned to the gate. It was now tuned to 11, as far as Flavian and Takroy knew, but Miss Rosalie warned Christopher that the spells around 11 would probably take all their strength to break, and even that might not be enough. So Christopher paced, chinking in the lead, pushing with all his might, and the goddess walked after with her ghostly pair of arms spread under the real pair. Behind them, Takroy muttered an incantation. And it was easy. Suspiciously easy, they all felt at once. There was an instant of formlessness, like one short breath of the place between. Then they were in a forest, and a man who looked like Takroy was staring at them. The forest was smoothly beautiful, with a green, grassy floor and no bushes of any kind. There were simply tall, slender trees that all seemed to be the same kind. Among the smooth and slightly shiny trunks, the man was poised on one foot, something like a startled deer, looking over his naked brown shoulder at them. He was like Takroy, in that he had the same sort of coffee-coloured skin and paler, curly hair, but there the likeness ended. He was naked, except for a short fur skirt, which made him look like a particularly stylish Greek statue, apart from his face. The expression on the man's face reminded Christopher of a camel. It was all haughty dislike and scorn. "Call him. Remember what I told you," Takroy whispered. You had to be rude to 11 people, or they did not respect you. "Hey, you!" Christopher called out in the most lordly way he could. "You there! Take me to the Drite at once." The man behaved as if he had not heard. After staring a second longer, he took the step he had been in the middle of and walked away among the trees. "Didn't he hear?" asked the goddess. "Probably," said Takroy. "But he wanted to make it clear he was more important than you. He was obviously low in the sept. Even the lowest ones like to think they're better than anyone else in the related worlds. Walk on, and we'll see if anything comes of it." "Which way?" asked Christopher. "Any way," said Takroy, with a slight smile. "They control distance and direction here." They walked forward, the way they were facing. The trees were all so much the same, and so evenly spaced, that after about 20 steps, Christopher wondered if they were moving at all. He looked around, and was relieved to see the square frame of the gate among the tree trunks about the right distance behind. He wondered if the whole of 11 was covered with trees. If it was hardly surprising that its people did not use fire. They would risk burning the whole forest down. He looked to the front again, and found that without any change in the landscape, they were somehow walking towards a fence. The fence stretched for as far as they could see into the trees on either side. It was made of stakes of wood, nicely varnished and wickedly pointed on top, driven into the turf about a foot apart. The points at the top only came to Takroy's waist. It did not look much of a barrier, but when they turned sideways to get between the stakes seemed much too close together to let them through. When Takroy took his jacket off to cover the points on top so that they could climb over, his jacket would not go anywhere that was not their side of the fence. As Takroy picked his jacket up for the 6th time, the goddess looked to the left and Christopher looked to the right, and they discovered that the fence was now all around them. Behind them there was no sign of the gate among the trees, nothing but a row of stakes blocking the way back. "He did hear," said the goddess. "I think they were expecting us," said Christopher. Takroy spread his jacket on the grass and sat on it. "We'll just have to wait and see," he said glumly. "No, not you," he said to Christopher, as Christopher started to sit down too. "The important people always stand here. I was told that the Dryght hasn't sat down for years." The goddess sank down beside Takroy and rubbed her bare toes in the grass. "Then I'm not going to be important," she said. "I'm sick of being important anyway. I say, was he here before?" A nervous-looking boy, with a scruffy piece of sheepskin wound around his hips like a towel, was standing on the other side of Takroy. "I was here," he said shyly. "You just didn't seem to see me. I've been inside this fence all morning." The fence surrounded a small, grassy space no bigger than the tower room where Christopher had hidden the goddess. Christopher could not understand how they could have missed seeing the boy, but given the queerness of everything, perhaps they could. Judging by the boy's lank white body and straight fair hair, he was not one of the 11 people. "Did the Dryght take you prisoner?" the goddess asked. The boy rubbed his funny little hooked nose in a puzzled way. "I'm not sure. I don't seem to remember coming here. What are you doing here?" "Looking for someone," said Takroy. "You don't happen to have seen a man, or several men maybe, called Gabriel DeWitt, do you?" "Gabriel DeWitt," said the boy. "But that's my name." They stared at him. He was a timid, gangling boy with mild blue eyes. He was the kind of boy Christopher, and probably the goddess too, would naturally have started to boss about in the next minute or so. They would have bossed him quite kindly, though, because it was easy to see that it would not take much to upset him and make him sick with nerves, rather like fenning at school. In fact, Christopher thought, this boy reminded him of a tall, thin Fenning more than anything else. But now he knew. He saw that the boy's face had the same pointed outline as Gabriel's. "How many lives have you?" he asked, disbelievingly. The boy seemed to look within himself. "That's odd," he said. "Usually I have 9, but I can only seem to find 7. "Then we've got all of him," said the goddess. "With complications," said Takroy. "Does the title Chrestomanci mean anything to you?" he asked the boy. "Isn't he some boring old enchanter?" asked the boy. "I think his real name's Benjamin Allworthy, isn't it?" Gabriel had gone right back to being a boy. Benjamin Allworthy had been the last Chrestomanci but one. "Don't you remember Mordecai Roberts or me?" Christopher asked. "I'm Christopher Chant." "Pleased to meet you," Gabriel DeWitt said, with a polite, shy smile. Christopher stared at him, wondering how Gabriel had come to grow up so forbidding. "It's no use," Takroy said. "Neither of us was born when he was that age." "More people," said the goddess. There were 4 of them, 3 men and a woman, a little way off among the trees. The men all wore fur tunics that only covered one shoulder, and the women had a longer one that was more like a dress. The 4 of them stood half-turned away from the fence, chatting together. Occasionally, one of them looked scornfully over a bare shoulder at the fence. Takroy sank down into himself. His face was full of misery. "Take no notice, Christopher. Definitely," he whispered. "Those are the ones I usually had to report to. I think they're important." Christopher stood and stared haughtily over everyone's heads. His feet began to ache. "They keep turning up like that," Gabriel said. "Rude beasts. I asked them for something to eat, and they pretended not to hear." 5 minutes passed. Christopher's feet felt wider and hotter and more overused every second. He began to hate 11. There seemed to be no birds here, no animals, no wind, just ranks of beautiful trees that all looked alike. The temperature never changed from just right, and the people were horrible. "I hate this forest," Gabriel said. "It's so samey." "That woman one," said the goddess, "reminds me of Mother Anstey. She's going to giggle about us behind her hand any moment, I know she is." The woman put her hand up to her mouth and gave a scornful, tinkling laugh. "What did I tell you?" the goddess said, "and good riddance." The group of people was suddenly gone. Christopher stood on one foot, then on the other. It made no difference to the ache. "You were lucky, Takroy," he said. "If they hadn't dumped you in our world, you'd have had to live here." Takroy looked up with a crinkled, unhappy smile and shrugged. A minute or so after that, the man they had seen first was back, strolling among the trees a little way off. Takroy nodded at Christopher. Christopher called out loudly and angrily, "Hey, you! I told you to take us to the Dryght. What do you mean by disobeying me like this?" The man gave no sign that he had heard. He came and leaned on the fence and stared at them as if they were something in a zoo. In order to put his elbows on top of the sharp stakes, he had somehow made a wooden armrest appear. Christopher could not fathom the peculiar magic he used to do that. But the goddess always seemed a little quicker on the uptake than Christopher. She frowned at the armrest and seemed to get the hang of it. The block of wood hurtled away into the trees, sending the man's arms down onto the spikes quite hard. Gabriel laughed, an ordinary, unforbidding gurgle. The man sprang upright indignantly, went to rub his arm, and then remembered that he should not show pain before inferiors. He swung around and went marching away. Christopher was annoyed, both with the man and with the goddess for being so much quicker than he was. The two things together made him so angry that he raised his arms and tried to hurl the man upwards, the way he had levitated all the things in Dr. Pawson's house. It was almost impossible to do. True, the man went up 6 feet or so, but he came down again, gently and easily the next second, and looked jeeringly over his shoulder as he slipped earthwards. This seemed to make the goddess even angrier than Christopher. "All do it," she said. "Come on, Gabriel." Gabriel shot her a mischievous grin, and they all heaved together. Between them, they only seemed to be able to raise the man 3 feet into the air, but they found they could keep him there. He pretended nothing was happening, and kept walking as if he was still on the ground, which looked decidedly silly. "Take us to the Dryght," Christopher yelled. "Now down!" said the goddess, and they bumped him to the ground again. He walked away, still pretending nothing was happening, which gave Gabriel a fit of the giggles. "Did that do any good?" Christopher asked Takroy. "No way of knowing," said Takroy. "They always like to keep you waiting until you're too tired and angry to think straight." He settled down in a miserable huddle, with his arms around his knees. They waited. Christopher was wondering whether it was worth the enormous effort it would take to levitate himself in order to get the weight off his feet, when he noticed that the trees were sliding aside, to the right and left of the fence. Or perhaps the fenced enclosure was moving forward without any change to the smooth grass inside or out. It was hard to tell which. Either made Christopher feel queasy. He swallowed and kept his eyes haughtily on the trees ahead. But in less than a second, those trees had wheeled away to nowhere, leaving a widening green glade. A person was in sight at the distant end of the glade, a tall, bulky person, who was sauntering slowly towards them. Takroy gulped a little. "That's the Dryght." Christopher narrowed his eyes to get his witch sight working, and watched the trees sliding further and further apart. It reminded him of the way he had played at shunting the trees up the Trumpington Road. He could see the Dryght doing it now. In order to work magic in this world, you seemed to have to work in a way that was tipped sideways from the way you did it on any other world, with a bend and a ripple to the magic, as if you were watching yourself work it in a wavy glass ball. Christopher was not sure he was going to be able to do it. "I don't get the hang of this foreign magic," Gabriel sighed. As the Dryght sauntered slowly nearer, Christopher squeezed the corners of his mouth in order to stop a grin of delight at the thought that he was actually quicker at understanding it than Gabriel was. By now, the trees had sped away to leave a big circular meadow full of greenish sunlight. The Dryght was near enough for them to see that he was dressed rather like Christopher, in at least 2 lion skins hung all over with bright chinking ornaments. His curly hair and his crisp beard were white. There were rings on the toes of his smooth brown feet. "He looks like one of those rather nasty gods, the ones that eat their own children," Gabriel said, in a clear and carrying voice. Christopher had to bite his tongue, or he would have laughed. He was beginning to like this version of Gabriel. By the time he had the laugh under control, he was standing facing the Dryght some yards outside the fence. He looked back incredulously. The goddess and Gabriel were standing behind the fence, still prisoners, looking a little stupefied. Takroy was still sitting on the ground, doing his best not to be noticed. Christopher lifted his chin and looked up at the Dryght's face. The smooth, brown features did not have any expression on them at all. But Christopher stared, trying to see the person behind the blankness. What feelings the Dryght had were so different from his own and so lofty that for a moment he felt like an insect. Then he remembered that glacier, years ago in Series 7, which Takroy had said reminded him of 2 people. Christopher knew that one of the people was the Dryght. Like the glacier, the Dryght was cold and high, and too crusted with ancient knowledge for ordinary people to understand. On the other hand, the other person the glacier had reminded Takroy of was Uncle Rafe. Christopher looked carefully for any signs that the Dryght was like Uncle Rafe. There was not much of Uncle Rafe's shoddy look to the Dryght's grand face, but his features did not seem sincere. Christopher could tell that the Dryght would cheat and lie if it suited him, like Uncle Rafe, but he thought that the main way the 2 were alike was that they were both utterly selfish. Uncle Rafe used people. So did the Dryght. "What are you?" the Dryght said. His voice was deep and scornful. "I'm the Dryght," said Christopher. "Dryght for World 12A. The word for it there is Chrestomanci, but it amounts to the same thing." His legs were shaking at the sheer cheek of this, but Takroy had said that the one thing the Dryght respected was pride. He held his knees stiff and made his face haughty. There was no way of telling whether the Dryght believed Christopher or not. He did not answer, and his face was blank. But Christopher could feel the Dryght putting out small tendrils of sideways rippled 11 magic, testing him, feeling at him to see what his powers were and what were his weak points. To himself, Christopher felt he was all weak points, but it seemed to him that since the magic here was so peculiar, he had no idea what his own powers were, and that meant the Dryght probably had no idea either. The meadow behind the Dryght became full of people. They had not been there at first, but they were there now, a pale-headed, brown-skinned crowd, wearing all possible degrees of fur, from tiny loin wraps to long bearskin robes. It seemed that the Dryght was saying, "Call yourself Dryght if you like, but take a look at the power I have." Every one of the people was staring at Christopher with contempt and dislike. Christopher put his face into the same expression and stared back. And he realized that his face was rather used to looking this way. He had worn this expression most of the time he had lived at the castle. It gave him an unpleasant shock to find that he had been quite as horrible as these 11 people. "Why are you here?" said the Dryght. Christopher pushed aside his shock. "If I get out of here, I'll try to be nicer," he thought, and then concentrated carefully on what Takroy had told him might be the best things to say. "I've come to fetch back something of my own," he said. "But first, let me introduce you to my colleague, the living Asheth. Goddess, this is the Dryght of 11. The ostrich feather fluttered on the goddess's head as she stepped up to the sharp stakes and bowed graciously. There was the slightest twitch to the Dryght's features that suggested he was impressed that Christopher had actually brought the living Asheth, but the goddess was still behind the fence in spite of that. "And of course you know my man, Mordecai Roberts, already," Christopher said grandly, trying to slip that point past as a piece of pride. The Dryght said nothing about that either, but behind him the people were now all sitting down. It was as if they had never been any other way. By this the Dryght seemed to be saying, "Very well, you are my equal, but I'd like to point out that my followers outnumber yours by several thousand to 1, and mine are obedient to my slightest whim." Christopher was amazed that he had won even this much. He tried to squash down his amazement by watching the people. Some were talking and laughing together, though he could not hear them. Some of them were cooking food over little balls of bluish witch-fire, which they seemed to use instead of fire. There were very few children. The 2 or 3 Christopher could see were sitting sedately doing nothing. "I'd hate to grow up on 11, he thought. "It must be 100 times more boring than a castle." "What thing of your own have you allowed to stray into my world?" the Dryght said at length. They were getting down to business at last, even though the Dryght was trying to pretend that Christopher had been careless. Christopher smiled and shook his head to show he thought that was a joke of the Dryght's. "2 things, he said. "First, I have to thank you for retrieving the lives of Gabriel DeWitt for me. It has saved me a lot of trouble. But you seem to have put the lives together in the wrong way, and made Gabriel into a boy." "I put them into the form which is easiest to deal with," said the Dryght. Like everything he said, this was full of other meanings. "If you mean that boys are easy to deal with," Christopher said, "I'm afraid this is not the case. Not boys from 12A." "And not girls either," the goddess said loudly. "Not from anywhere."
"What is Gabriel DeWitt to you?" the Dryght asked.
"He is as father to son," said Christopher. Rather proud of the way he had carefully not said who was which, he glanced through the fence at Takroy. Takroy was still sitting wrapped into a ball, but Christopher thought his curly head nodded slightly.
"You have a claim to DeWitt," the Dryght said. "He can be yours, depending on what else you have to say."
The fence around the other three slid and poured smoothly away sideways until it was out of sight, just as the trees had. Gabriel looked puzzled. The goddess stood where she was, clearly suspicious. Christopher looked warily at the Dryght. This was too good to be true. "The other thing I have to say," he said, "is about this man of mine, who is usually known as Mordecai Roberts. I believe he used to be yours, which means you still have his soul. Since he is my man now, perhaps you could let me have his soul?" Takroy's head came up, and he stared at Christopher in horror and alarm. Christopher took no notice. He had known this would be pressing his luck, but he had always meant to try for Takroy's soul. He planted his aching feet astride, folded his arms across his fur and jewellery, and tried to smile at the Dryght, as if what he was asking was the most ordinary and reasonable thing in any world. The Dryght gave no sign of anger or surprise. It was not simply self-control or pride. Christopher knew the Dryght had been expecting him to ask, and did not mind if Christopher knew. His mind began to work furiously. The Dryght had made it easy for them to come to 11. He had pretended to accept Christopher as an equal, and he had told him he could have Gabriel's lives. That meant there was something the Dryght expected to get out of this, something he must want very much indeed. But what?
"If my Septman claims to be your man, you should have his soul name," the Dryght observed. "Has he given you that name?"
"Yes," said Christopher. "It's Takroy." The faces of all the people sitting in the meadow behind the Dryght turned his way. Every one of them was outraged. But the Dryght only said,
"And what has Takroy done to make himself yours?"
"He lied for me for a whole day," Christopher said, "and he was believed." The first real sound in this place swept through the seated people. It was a long, throaty murmur. Of awe? Approval? Whatever it was, Christopher knew he had said the right thing. As Takroy had told him, these people naturally lied for their Dryght, and to lie convincingly for a whole day showed the utmost loyalty.
"He could then be yours," the Dryght admitted, "but on 2 conditions. I make 2 conditions because you have asked me for 2 things. The first one is, of course, that you should show you know which the Septman's soul is." He made a small gesture with one powerful brown hand. A movement in the trees to one side caught Christopher's eye. He looked and found the slender trunks pouring silently aside there. When they stopped, there was a grassy lane leading to the square framework of the gate. It was about 50 feet away. The Dryght was showing him that he could get home, provided he did what was wanted. "There's a huge block of their magic in the way," the goddess whispered. Gabriel craned over his shoulder to look longingly at the gate. "Yes, it's just a carrot in front of the donkey,"
he agreed. Takroy simply groaned, with his head on his knees. In front of Christopher, people were bringing things and laying them out in a wide crescent shape. Each man or woman brought 2 or 3, and stared derisively at Christopher as he or she thunked the things down in the growing line. He looked at the things. Some were almost black, some yellowish, and others white or shiny. He was not sure if they were statuettes or blobs of stuff that had melted and hardened into peculiar shapes. A few of them looked vaguely human. Most were no shape that meant anything. But the stuff they were made of meant a great deal. Christopher's stomach twisted, and he had a hard job to go on staring haughtily as he realized that all the things were made of silver. When there were about 100 of the objects sitting on the green turf, the Drite waved his hand again, and the people stopped bringing them.
"Pick out the soul of Takroy from the souls of my people," he said.
Miserably, Christopher paced along the curving row, with his hands clasped behind him to stop them trembling, and Beryl's ornaments chinking. He felt like a general reviewing an army of metal goblins. He paced the entire line from left to right, and none of the objects meant anything to him. "Use witch sight," he told himself, as he wheeled on the right wing and started back again. It might just work on the silver statues, provided he did not touch them. He forced himself to look in that special way at the statues. It was a real effort to do it through the wavy sideways magic of 11. And, as he had feared, the things looked just the same, just as grotesque, just as meaningless. His witch sight was working, he knew. He could tell that a number of the people sitting in the meadow were not really there. They were in other parts of the forest, busy with other schemes of the Drites, and projecting their images here in obedience to the Drite's command. But his witch sight would not work on silver. So how else could he tell? He paced along the line, thinking. The people watched him jeeringly, and the Drite's head turned majestically to follow him as he passed. They were all so unpleasant, he thought, that it was no wonder their souls were like little silver monsters. Takroy was the only nice one. Ah! There was Takroy's soul. It was some way around, to the left. It looked no more human than any of the others, but it looked nice. 50 times nicer than the rest. Christopher tried to go on pacing towards it as if he had not seen it, wondering what would happen when he picked it up and lost every scrap of his magic. He would have to rely on the goddess. He hoped she realized. His face must have changed. The Drite knew he had found the right soul, and instantly began to cheat as Christopher had known he would. The line of twisty objects was suddenly a good mile long, with Takroy's soul away in the far distance, and all of them were changing shape, melting into new queer blobs and fresh formless forms. Then, with a sort of wavy jolt, everything went back to the way it was at first. Thank goodness, Christopher thought, the goddess! He kept his eye on the soul, and it was quite near. He dived forward and picked it up. As soon as he touched it, he was weak and heavy and tired. He felt like crying, but he stood up, holding the soul. Sure enough, the goddess was staring at the Drite with her arms spread. Christopher was surprised to find that even without his magic, he could see the second pair of ghostly arms spread out underneath. "My priestesses taught me that it was low to cheat," she said. "I'd have thought you were too proud to stoop to it." The Drite looked down his nose at her. "I named no rules," he said. Being without magic was a little like another kind of witch sight, Christopher thought. The Drite looked smaller to him now, and not nearly so magnificent. There were clear signs of the shoddiness that he had seen in Uncle Rafe. Christopher was still scared stiff, but he felt much better about things now he had seen that. While the goddess and the Dryght stared at one another, he lumbered weakly over to Takroy. "Here you are," he said, thrusting the strange statue at him. Takroy scrambled onto one knee, looking as if he could not believe it. His hands shook as they closed around the soul. As soon as he had hold of it, the thing melted into his hands. The fingernails and the veins turned silvery. An instant later, Takroy's face flushed silvery too. Then the flush faded, and Takroy looked much as usual, except that there was a glow about him which made him much more like the Takroy Christopher knew from the place between. "Now I really am your man," Takroy said. He was laughing in a way that was rather like sobbing. "You can see I couldn't ask Rosalie. Watch the Dryght." Christopher spun around and found the goddess on her knees looking bewildered. It was not surprising. The Dryght had thousands of years of experience. "Leave her alone," he said. The Dryght looked at him, and for a moment Christopher felt the strange, distorted magic trying to force him to his knees too. Then it stopped. The Dryght still had not got what he wanted from Christopher. "We now come to my second condition," the Dryght said calmly. "I am moderate. You came here demanding 7 lives and a soul. I give you them. All I ask in exchange is 1 life. Gabriel laughed nervously. "I have got a few to spare," he said, "if it means getting out of here." This was what the Dryght wanted, Christopher realized. He had been aiming for the life of a 9-lifed enchanter, freely handed over all along. If Christopher had not dared to ask for Takroy's soul, he would have asked for a life for setting Gabriel free. For just a second, Christopher thought they might as well let him have one of Gabriel's lives. He had 7, after all, and another lying on the floor back in the castle. Then he saw it would be the most dangerous thing he could do. It would give the Dryght a hold over Gabriel, the same hold he had had over Takroy, for as long as his other lives lasted. The Dryght was aiming to control the Chrestomanci, just like Uncle Rafe was aiming to control Christopher. They did not dare give him one of Gabriel's lives. "All right," Christopher said. For the first time, he was truly grateful to Gabriel that his 9th life was safely locked in the castle safe. "As you see, I've still got 2 lives left. You can have 1 of them," he said, naming conditions very carefully, because he knew the Dryght would cheat if he could. "Because if you take more than 1, it would kill me, and give my world the right to punish yours. Once you have that life in your hands, your conditions are fulfilled, and you must let all 4 of us go through the gate back to 12A. "Agreed," said the Dryght. He was keeping his face as expressionless as always, but underneath, Christopher could tell he was hugging himself and chuckling. He stepped solemnly up to Christopher. Christopher braced himself and hoped it would not hurt much. In fact, it hurt so little that he was almost taken by surprise. The Dryght stepped back a mere instant later, with a floppy, transparent shape dangling in his hands. The shape was wearing a ghostly tiger skin, and it had a dim gold band fluttering from its transparent head. Christopher conjured fire to that shape, hard and sideways and waverly, with all the power he had. Fire was the one thing the Dryght was not used to. He knew it was the one thing that might cancel out those 1,000 years of experience. To his relief, the goddess had made exactly the same calculations. He had a glimpse of her, with all 4 arms spread, conjuring fire down as he called it up. His 7th life leaped into flame all over at once. The Dryght hung onto its shoulders as it blazed, grimly trying to quench it, but Christopher had been right. Fire magic was the Dryght's weak point. His attempt to reverse the spell was slow and hesitating. But he kept trying, and hung on to the life by its shoulders until he had to let go or lose both hands. By that time the front of his lion skin was on fire too. Christopher glimpsed him trying to beat it out and coughing in the smoke as he collapsed himself into a writhing heap on the turf. It was worse than being crisped by the dragon. He was in agony. He had not realized it would hurt at all, let alone this much. Takroy scooped him up, threw him over one shoulder in a fireman's hoist, and raced for the gate. Every step bumped Christopher, and every bump was torment. But his watering eyes caught sight of the goddess seizing Gabriel's arm in at least 3 hands and dragging him to the gate in a mixture of brute force and magic. They all reached it together and plunged through. Christopher kept just enough sense to cancel the spells and slam the gate shut behind them. The pain stopped the instant the gate shut. Takroy lowered Christopher gently to the floor, looked at him to see if he was all right, and made for Miss Rosalie. "Gosh, look!" said the goddess, pointing at Gabriel. Takroy did not look. He was too busy hugging Miss Rosalie. Christopher sat on the floor and stared with the rest of the people in the operations room. As the Dright's magic left him, Gabriel was growing up in bursts. First, he was a young man with a floral silk tie and a keen, wistful look. Then he was an older, keener man in a dingy suit. After that he was middle-aged and bleached, and somehow hopeless and desperate, as if everything he hoped for was gone. The next instant this man had pulled himself together into a brisk, silvery gentleman, and then the same gentleman, older and grimmer. Christopher stared, awed and rather touched. He realized that Gabriel had hated being the Chrestomanci, and they were seeing the stages by which he had come to terms with it. "I'm glad I'm going to find it easier than that," Christopher thought, as Gabriel finally became the grim old man that Christopher knew. At which point Gabriel tottered to Takroy's trance couch and folded down onto it. Beryl and Yolande rushed forward with cups of tea. Gabriel drank Beryl's, or Yolande's, at a gulp. Then he took Yolande's, or Beryl's, and sipped it slowly, with his eyes almost shut. "My heartiest thanks, Christopher," he said. "I hope the pain has gone." "Yes, thanks," Christopher said, taking the cup of tea Erica handed him. Gabriel glanced to where Takroy was still wrapped around Miss Rosalie. "By the look of him, Mordecai has even more to thank you for than I have." "Don't let him get sent to prison," Christopher said. And there was the boot boy to ask about too, he thought distractedly. "I'll do what I can," Gabriel promised. "Now that I know the circumstances, that fearsome Dright has much to answer for, though I may be right in supposing that Mordecai went on working with you for your equally fearsome uncle, because he knew that any other spirit traveller your uncle chose would have turned you into a hardened criminal before long. Would you agree?" "Well," said Christopher, trying to be honest, "I think some of it was because we were both so keen on cricket." "Really?" Gabriel said politely. He turned to the goddess. She had found Proudfoot and was holding her lovingly in both hands. Gabriel looked from the kitten to the goddess's bare feet. "Young lady," he said, "you are a young lady, are you not? Pray show me the sole of your left foot." A little defiantly, the goddess turned around and tipped her foot up. Gabriel looked at the purple-blue mark. He looked at Christopher. "Yes, I really am Asheth," said the goddess, "but you're not to look at Christopher like that. I came here of my own accord. I did it quite capably." Gabriel's eyes narrowed. "By using the goddess Asheth as your second life?" The goddess looked down from his eyes and nodded. Gabriel put down his empty cup and took the full one Flavian handed him. "My dear girl," he said as he sipped it, "what a very foolish thing to have done. You are clearly a powerful enchantress in your own right. You had no need to use Asheth. You have simply given her a hold over you. The arm of Asheth is going to haunt you for the rest of your life." "But I thought that the magic I can do came from Asheth," the goddess protested.
"Oh, no," said Gabriel. "Asheth has powers, but she never shares them. The ones you have are yours."
The goddess's mouth dropped open. She looked as if she might cry. Flavian said apologetically, "Gabriel, I'm afraid the arm of Asheth is all around—" There was a violent crash from below as the lobster pot came down. Everyone raced for the stairs except for Gabriel. He put his cup down slowly, obviously wondering what was happening. Christopher dashed to the stairs and then, for speed, did what he had always longed to do and slid down the rosy curve of marble banister. The goddess followed him. When they tumbled off at the bottom, Gabriel was already there, standing by the black rope, gazing down at his limp, transparent life. But no one else had eyes for that. Uncle Rafe had come through the pentacle in a suit of armour, carrying a heavy mace. Christopher had thought he might. If he had brought any anti-cat spells, however, these obviously did not work on temple cats. The lobster pot had come down precisely over the pentacle, trapping Throgmorton in with Uncle Rafe, and Throgmorton was doing his best to get Uncle Rafe. Through the wreathing smoke of dragon's blood, Uncle Rafe could be seen tramping slowly around and around inside the cage, smashing cat saucers under his metal feet and taking violent swings at Throgmorton with his mace. Throgmorton could move faster than Uncle Rafe, or his mace, and he could climb the walls of the lobster pot, but he could not get at Uncle Rafe through his armour. All he could do was make shrill metal scratches on it. It was a standoff. Christopher looked around to find Gabriel beside him. Gabriel's face had a most unusual, big, wicked smile on it. No, not unusual, Christopher thought. It was the same smile Gabriel had worn when they levitated the man in 11.
"Shall we give the cat his chance?" Gabriel said. "For 1 minute?"
Christopher nodded. Uncle Rafe's armour vanished, leaving him in his foxy tweed suit. Throgmorton instantly became a 7-legged, 3-headed, razor-clawed, flying, spitting fury. He was up and down and all over Uncle Rafe several times in the first second. So much blood got shed that Christopher was quite sorry for Uncle Rafe after 15 such seconds. After 30 seconds, he was quite glad when Throgmorton vanished with a snarl and a jerk. Throgmorton reappeared, kicking and struggling over the goddess's arm. "No, Throgmorton," she said. "I told you before you're not to go for people's eyes. That's not nice."
"Nice or not," Gabriel said regretfully, "I was enjoying it."
He was busy winding something unseen into a careful skein over one hand.
"Simonson," he called. "Simonson, are you in charge of the cage? I got his magic off him while his mind was elsewhere. You can move the cage now and shut him up until the police can come for him."
This produced another standoff. Throgmorton leaped for the space under the cage as soon as it started to rise. Uncle Rafe screamed. In the end, one of the stable lads had to climb up and unhook the cage from the chandelier chain. Then the cage was shoved across the floor, with Uncle Rafe stumbling inside it, and Throgmorton prowling after, uttering low, throbbing sounds. As soon as the cage was off the pentacle, a silver pillar rose out of the blood-spattered floor. The pillar looked human, but it was impossibly tall for a human, a good foot taller than Gabriel. Up and up it rose, a woman robed in silver, wearing a silver mask and carrying a silver spear. The goddess wailed with terror and tried to hide behind Christopher. "Silver," he warned her. "I can't help against silver." His teeth chattered. For the first time he realized how naked and soft it felt to have only one life. The goddess dashed behind Gabriel and clutched his black frock coat. "It's Asheth! Save me!"
"Madam," Gabriel said politely to the apparition, "to what do we owe the honour of this visitation?"
The apparition looked keenly through the slits in its mask. First at Gabriel and the goddess crouching behind him, then at Christopher, then at the lobster pot and the general chaos in the hall. "I had hoped to find this a more respectable establishment," she said. The voice was deep and melodious. She pushed up her mask to the top of her head, revealing a severe, narrow old face. It was the kind of face that had once made Christopher feel very silly to be dressed in a tiger rug and earrings. "Mother Proudfoot!" exclaimed the goddess. "I've been trying to get through this pentacle ever since I traced you, child," Mother Proudfoot said testily. "I wish you had talked to me before you bolted like that. You surely knew I would have stretched the rules for you if I could." She turned commandingly to Gabriel. "You seem respectable enough. You're that 12A enchanter DeWitt, aren't you?"
"At your service, madam," said Gabriel. "Do forgive our present disorder. There have been problems. We are usually a highly respectable body of people."
"That was what I thought," Mother Proudfoot said. "Would you be able to take charge of this Asheth daughter for me? It would suit me ideally if you could, since I have to report her dead."
"In what way take charge?" Gabriel asked cautiously.
"See her educated at a good school and so forth. Consider becoming her legal guardian," said Mother Proudfoot. She stepped majestically down from what seemed to be her pedestal. Now she was about the same height as Gabriel. They were quite alike in a gaunt, stern way. "This one was always my favourite, Asheth," she explained. "I usually try to spare their lives anyway when they get too old, but most of them are such stupid little lumps that I don't bother to do much more. But as soon as I knew this one was different, I started saving from the temple funds. I think I have enough to pay her way." She swept her trailing skirt aside. The pedestal turned out to be a small, strong chest. Mother Proudfoot threw back the lid of it with a flourish. Inside it seemed to be full of blurred, glassy quartz in little pieces, like road gravel. But Gabriel's face was awestruck. Christopher caught sight of Takroy and Flavian, mouthing a word at one another with their eyes popping. The word seemed to be diamonds. "The diamonds are uncut, I'm afraid," said Mother Proudfoot. "Do you think there will be enough of them?"
"I think less than half that number would be more than adequate," Gabriel said.
"But I had in mind a Swiss finishing school, too," Mother Proudfoot said sharply. "I've studied this world, and I want no skimping. Will you do this for me? Naturally, I shall make sure that followers of Asheth will do any favour you care to ask them in return." Gabriel looked from Mother Proudfoot to the goddess. He hesitated. He looked at Christopher.
"Very well," he said at last.
"Gosh, you darling!" said the goddess. She scrambled to the front of Gabriel and hugged him. Then she hurled herself on Mother Proudfoot and hugged her mightily too. "I love you, Mother Proudfoot," she said, all mixed in silver drapery. Mother Proudfoot sniffed a little as she hugged the goddess in return, but she pulled herself together and looked sternly at Gabriel over the goddess's head. "There is one tiresome detail," she said. "Asheth truly does require a life, you know, one for each living Asheth." Christopher sighed. Everyone in all the Anywheres seemed to want him to give them lives. Now he would be down to the one in the castle safe. Gabriel drew himself up, looking his most forbidding. "Asheth isn't very discriminating," Mother Proudfoot said, before he could speak. "I usually strip a life off one of the temple cats." She pointed with her silver spear to where Throgmorton was stalking around the lobster pot, making noises like a kettle boiling. "That old ginger's still got 3 lives or so left. I'll take one of his." The kettle noises stopped. Throgmorton showed what he thought of this proposal by becoming a ginger streak racing upstairs.
"No matter," Gabriel said. "Now I think of it, I have a spare life, as it happens."
He stepped over to the black ropes and picked his limp, transparent likeness out from among the library chairs. Courteously, he draped it over the end of Mother Proudfoot's spear.
"There. Will this one serve?"
"Admirably," said Mother Proudfoot. "Thank you." She gave the goddess a kiss and descended majestically into the ground beside the chest of diamonds. The goddess shut the chest and sat on it. "School," she said, smiling blissfully. "Rice pudding, prefects, dormitories, midnight feasts, playing the game." She stopped without changing the smile, although it was not a smile any more. "Honour," she said. "Owning up. Sir DeWitt, I think I'd better stay in the castle because of all the trouble I caused Christopher. He's lonely, you know."
"I would be a fool not to have realized that," Gabriel said. "I am in the middle of arranging with the ministry to bring a number of young enchanters here to be trained. At the moment, you know, I am only able to employ them as domestics, like young Jason the boot boy over there. But this will shortly change. There is no reason why you should not go to school."
"But there is," said the goddess. Her face was very red, and there were tears in her eyes. "I have to own up, like they do in the books. I don't deserve to go to school. I'm very wicked. I didn't use Asheth as my second life in order to come here. I used one of Christopher's. I didn't dare use Asheth in case she stopped me, so I took one of Christopher's lives when he was stuck in the wall and used that instead." Tears ran down her face. "Where is it?" Christopher asked, very much astonished. "Still in the wall," the goddess sobbed. "I pushed it right in so that no one will find it, but I felt bad ever since. I've tried to help and atone for it, but I haven't done much, and I think I ought to be punished."
"There is absolutely no need," said Gabriel. "Now we know where the life is, we can send Mordecai Roberts to fetch it. Stop crying, young lady. You will have to go to school, because I should be misusing your chest of diamonds if you do not. Regard that as your punishment. You may come and live in the castle with the rest of the young enchanters during the holidays."
The goddess's blissful smile came back and diverted the tears on her face around her ears and into her hair. "Holes," she corrected Gabriel. The books always call them the Halls. That is really all, except for a letter that arrived for Christopher from Japan soon after New Year. Darling Christopher, why did you not tell me that your dear papa was settled here in Japan? It is such an elegant country, once one is used to the customs, and your papa and I are both very happy here. Your papa's horoscopes have had the honour to interest some people who have the ear of the Emperor. We are already moving in the highest circles, and hope to move higher still before long. Your dear papa sends love and best wishes for your future as the next Chrestomanci. My love as well. Mamma.
The end. You've been listening to the lives of Christopher Chant, the second book in Volume 1 of the Chronicles of Chrestomanci by Diane Wynne-Jones, narrated by Gerard Doyle. This book is copyrighted 1988 by Diane Wynne-Jones. This recording is copyrighted 2004 by Recorded Books.